Hi, Papaya. How are y'all doing? Hi, Possum. Welcome back. We're back. Yes, there
What
it
are
is.
you
There it
smiling
is.
about all of a sudden?
There it is.
You!
There it is.
Possum resubbed for 24 months, 2 years of women.
There it is. Yep. I saw it yesterday. I saw the badge change yesterday, and I knew it was coming. Thank you for the resub of 2 years. What do you do? What? Why you watch me for 2 years? What the fuck are you doing, Possum? Get out of here. What the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. Stop it. I'm not that entertaining. Why are you here for 2 years? What the fuck? What the fuck? But welcome! Hi, Ohio. Hiya, hiya. I almost did someone else's intro by accident. That was a close one. But how are we all doing? We're back with some more Sapphic Sunday with Blackberry. Blackberry Honey. Blackberry Honey. I'm excited for more. We're getting places. I feel like we're maybe finishing soon. I don't know. I don't have much left at all. I've not looked at anything, so. But last time, a lot of the maids, like at least, I'd say like 70% of the staff got sick. So like, that sure was something that happened. And also, Lady Constance got sick. And so we had to take care of her. And Tahua and Marina had to pick up the slack because everyone was sick. So they were running themselves. What's the word? Rampant. No, sideways. I don't know. They're fucking dying. That's for sure. Sorry, I'm tossing around, putting my hands. Ragged. Thank you. Running themselves ragged. Okay, running themselves ragged. Seems ragged. Having to try to, you know, do all the jobs that no one else was available to do because everyone was goddamn sick. And Tahua made her famous. I say famous. Made her very popular amongst many people. People's Blackberry jam. Not to be confused with Blackberry Honey. Two completely different things. But, we told Lady Constance about it. Lady Constance had some of it. She enjoyed it. Until we told her who made the jam. And she said, she threw it across the floor. Hit the porridge. She hated it. She also, everyone's racist, also, by the way. It was very racist. I think she's a spectacle. Because this is the early days of England, where racism is rampant and bizarre. An Asian woman in my England? Impossible. Disgusting. Can't imagine the thought. Can't imagine it. It is unthinkable. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. But, yeah. And then, Tahua and Lorena went to pick up Tahua's violin that was finished being repaired. And it apparently cost a lot. The violin itself would fetch her quite the high price on the market. And Lorena was questioning why Tahua doesn't just sell the violin and stop being a maid. And just be happy. You know? Because Lord knows, being a maid is not a very happy job. And, Tahua is insistent that she does not sell it. And, that's roughly it. My memory is really bad, but that's the main part. And, yeah. They just finished talking about that stuff. We're talking about selling the violin and how it would fetch for quite the high price and, how Tahua could just live a better life. Be happy if she just stopped being a maid and just, you know, could move far away. Also, the fact that this is the chapter is called China Doll is saddening to me. It's sad. It's sad to you know, but also makes sense. The 17th of May, Tuesday. It's fucking Tuesday, innit? Fucking Tuesday. The following day found Lady Constance no better than before. In fact, her condition had worsened over the night. Her face was flushed, her hair stuck to her reddish skin with a sheen of fine sweat, and she moaned and groaned and made such a performance one would have thought she was on the brink of death. Naturally, Lady Constance did not die because she wasn't dying. She was just being ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Hi, Kimmy. How are you? Welcome back. Oh, hi. So I have a cough. I have a Ricola in my mouth because for some unknown reason, totally cannot figure out why. You talk with accents. It's quite taxing on the throat. Who would have thought? Ricola, indeed. Who would have thought that it's quite taxing on the voice to use accents for prolonged periods of time? Not me. Totally not. I say as I then proceed to talk in an accent, and a few seconds after I relayer everything because I can't see the game anymore. Whoopsies. There we are. And so it fell onto Lorena to walk to Ellesmere to purchase some medication for Lady Constance's phantom aches and pains. The bottle of cherry tincture was soon secured, and Lorena made her meandering way back to Bly. She'd been intent on her aimlessness, with no purpose other than wasting time when she knew that familiar head of blonde hair. Who could mistake those showy curls? It was only... Oh, Lorena, I didn't see you there. Yes, hello, Emily. Emily's irises flicked to the right, like a cornered lizard's might. For whatever reason, she didn't seem particularly happy to remake Lorena's acquaintance. Oh, you're right. Oh, yes, I'm fine. I apologize if I made you worry the other day. I said a few things to Tao Hua I shouldn't have. I always seem to say too much. My button. I wasn't worried. You only said all that because you care about her. Do you really believe that? Yes. So does Tao Hua. She does? I spoke to her about it yesterday, and she seemed to be considering it. Selling the violin, I mean. Goodness! I've been harping out on Tao Hua to sell that old violin of hers for years now. And it's not just me. Sister had tried, and father when she was still here. And not roaming about in a dirty, uncivilized jungle. Is there a great deal of jungle in Zanzibar? Zanzibar? Oh, I wouldn't know. Zanzibar doesn't concern me. I'm not going to go there. I'm never going to go there. But don't your parents send you letters? They do, but I'd rather not think about such things. I can't stand it. All those insects and the dirt and the dust. Emily shuddered, wrapping her arms around her middle. For a few moments, Lorena pondered, asking Emily how she would cope in London if the mere thought of dirt and dust made her squirm. Fucking London. Goddamn London. It's the dirt and grime and the other London stuff. I don't know. I know nothing about London. I've never been to London. I've never been to any of the Londons in the world. there are at least 2 Londons in the world. Never been to any of them. Lorena had been raised in Liverpool, which was a fletching city in comparison to London, but the dirt and grime that covered the streets was often several inches thick. Eventually, however, Lorena chose not to pass comment. She didn't want to destroy Emily's fantasies. In any case, they weren't supposed to be talking about London or Zanzibar. How were you able to make Tauhara reconsider? Did you cast some kind of spell on her? People call Tauhara a witch, but maybe you're the true one with magical powers. No, I'm most certainly not a witch. An enchantress, then? Haven't you looked at me? I'd never be able to enchant anybody. Well, I wonder. Tauhara seems to have taken with you. I can tell how much she likes you. Do you mind? In all honesty, I think it's rather good for her. I worry about her, though. It may seem impertinent of me, but being so much younger than she is. But though I'm young, I'm not stupid. I have to watch over my sister all the time, you see, so I'm accustomed to worrying about others. I think Theodora worries about you too. We worry about each other. That's the right way to things. It's how our relationships should be. But if Tauhara has begun to see sense about the violin of hers, she should make a decision sooner rather than later. What do you mean? I had a discussion with my big sister last week, and we came to an agreement. As you are probably aware, I've wanted to move for quite some time. For the last 2 or 3 years, in fact. As long as all that? Moving has been my dearest wish. Ever since I was 13 years old, I've wanted to be a lady for a good deal longer. Emily glanced up at the sky, walking back and forth on the heels of her shoes. I fear I'd wither away and die if I remained here. I was never meant for a village life. My grandfather and parents and my sisters spoiled me so, and I know it isn't their fault, but maybe all that fine clothes gave me aspirations I don't deserve. I feel I don't belong here. I never felt like I belong here, and that feeling has only grown stronger and stronger as time passed by. I know we have our family business, but business would be far better in London. There are more customers, and our family is known well enough that we should be able to relocate with relative ease. I was talking to sister about it, and I think she agrees. She said, I said I'd make a shrewd businesswoman someday. I think she was impressed by the amount of thoughts I had given it. Maybe that's why she started to reconsider. She could tell I was being serious, almost as serious as our parents are about their devotion to Zanzibar, and spreading of the Christian faith. Then, you know what I mean? Indeed. I believe my sister and I may be moving soon, perhaps as soon as next month. It seems our parents have no intention of returning, and if they thought we were capable enough to let be on our own for 5 years, they should have no qualms about us leaving them alone in return. Rudy held a hand to her breast, conflicted. On one hand, she was glad the younger girl, but at the same time, she felt like she might miss her. Why, though? It wasn't like she and Emily were friends. She either knew her, or, could count the number of times they'd spoken in one hand. but that was irrelevant. It didn't really alter the fact that in this small and sleepy village, where nothing much seems to happen, gears were shifting, and things were changing. Change could be a frightening thing, but the determination about Emily's face betrayed no hesitation. No fear or anxiety at all. You must have wanted to move for a long time. Emily nodded, arduously. The blonde curl was bouncing. Then, I don't know what to say, but congratulations. I hope you do well. Thank you. Please let Tao Hua know about this. If she wishes to sell the violin of hers, she should make her mind up quickly. Right, I'll tell her. She was probably one of our best customers, so she deserves to know. And, I hope you and Tao Hua are able to be happy together. I hope you're able to be happy, to make her happy. You really do care about Tao Hua, don't you? I can't help but care. I've known her since I was a little girl, though I used to be afraid of her. Whenever she came to our shop, I'd hide behind my sister's back. I was awfully shy back then. Not hard to imagine. I was always relying on my sister when I was little. She is a lot older than me, and I used to think she was liable. Once upon a time, Emily coughed elegantly into her hand. Tao Hua, meanwhile, was unsettling and peculiar. I'd never seen a woman like her before. I thought she was a witch. But witch or not, she always greeted me politely. She gave me silly nicknames and laughed when I hid from her. Sometimes she gave me sweets. I don't know if I consider her a friend. We're far apart in age, and she watched me grow up too, but I suppose she's something like a sister to me. I think she deserves to be happy. And you might be able... And you might be the only one who can make that happen. Emily, Lorena blinked, suddenly overcome with emotion. She was almost tempted to give Emily a hug. But that would probably be a poor idea. Lorena was too self-conscious and Emily was much too awkward and angular. It would be like embracing a cuttlefish. Still, Lorena wanted to show the younger girl how much she appreciated her support. Nobody else would support Lorena. Ada, Lieselotte, and Effie tried, but in their own unique, ineffectual ways, but none of them knew Tao Hua well enough to give London any worthwhile advice. Lorena, not London, give Lorena any worthwhile advice. But Emily was different. Emily had given Tao Hua has known Tao Hua for years. Her support was invaluable. Very sweet indeed, very sweet indeed. You know, what? Are you getting sentimental? No, I just wanted to thank you for... Oh, look! It's Miss Prince! Miss... Prince? Emily, whose face had been rosy with a smile only seconds before, was now scowling. Lips were pursed in a straight line and her eyes were narrowed with undisguised hatred. Hatred that was directed to a trio of dirty-faced, ragged-clothed, ill-shod little boys who could not have been more than 10 or 11 years of age. Not you three again. Locusts. Locusts. Emily could have dealt with. Locusts. Emily could have dealt with. And the hailstorm and fire? That was child's play. Little boys, however, were a different matter altogether. The 10th and last plague of Egypt had always been Emily's favorite. That's right. Did you miss us? Lord, give me strength. Hey there, Miss Priest. You're looking pretty prissy. You're looking even prissier than usual today. Oh, look! She's with somebody. Who is she? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Looks like the new maid over at Bloy. Miss Priss, where'd you make such a pretty friend? Why don't you introduce her? My fucking accents keep changing. British. Why don't you introduce her to me? Introduce me to her. Hey there. One of the boys sidled up to Lorena, grinning mischievously. Do you want to go somewhere private, pretty lady? I am very flattered, but... Quay, that sounds like a no! She said no, Aaron! She's not interested! She said no, Aaron's not interested. That's right! My friend has no interest in you. She doesn't even have time to play with a group of dirty boys. Dirty boys? Now, move along. Toddle off. Get out of my sight. Hey, that's rude. Hey, sir. Hey, that's rude. Nah, she ain't straight. She's gay. Is that any way for a lady to talk? Is that any way of a lady to talk? We should teach you a lesson. A lesson? What are you talking about? You ignorant little whelps? Why don't you scram? Get out of my sight. Both the ignorant little whelps did not scram, and neither did they get out of Emily's sight. At least, not immediately. First, when the boys ran up to Emily. Whoa! 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 And flipped his skirt upwards. Emily's skirt, a vertical cornucopia of light pink, filed with a delicate rosette pattern, billowed about her thighs, caught in a sudden breeze. Not cool, little eye. Not cool. Little eye laughed rancuously. She did this to his friends. The trio of miscreants sniggered together as one. So did his friends. Oh my. Lorraine, meanwhile, could only stand there and stare. While Emily's dress was pretty, her undergarments were every bit as fetching. Her drawers were real silk, and the lacing was exquisite. But not quite as exquisite as Emily's blushed face. Why you? Her face, a dangerous shade of beet red, Emily fought for control of her skirts. You! Emily left, her eyes twitched. Her face burned. Whoa. You awful boys! What would your mothers think? How could you do such a thing to a lady? I'll hang and draw and quarter you, and parade your innards about the town for everyone to see. You horrible beasts! Oh no! She looks serious! Miss Priss is pissed! We should go. Oh no, you don't. Get back here at once. Mina watched from far, blinking as Emily chased after the trio of dirty-faced little boys. Provincial life was rather less dreary than Lorena had ever imagined. Welp. And what am I supposed to do with this? I believe the bottle says you're supposed to drink it. I don't want to! But you were the one who requested this medicine, weren't you? I don't know, I don't remember! Surely you must. You said you couldn't stand castor oil or cod liver. I'd have something sweeter. Those words came out of your mouth. You don't need to tell me that. I know what I said. Then why don't you just take your medicine? Your medicine. It should make you feel better. And how do you know? You're not a doctor. You're just a maid. I'm just reading what it says on the bottle. Oh, yes. You and your reading. Why don't you bother learning? Why don't you bother learning? You're not a scholar. You're not a scientist. You're just a maid. And as your maid, I want you to take your medicine so you can get better. Oh, really? Lady Constance's eyes flashed dangerously. That is funny. I didn't realize you were a clown. Maybe you would be better suited to work at Bright and Pure, entertaining the children at the Punch and Judy show. What are you talking about? You shouldn't get yourself so worked up when you're ill. Like you care? You don't give us stuff. You don't give us stuff that I'm ill. You or any of the other maids. You knew I was sick. You tricked me into eating that parlour maid's awful food, and I bet you thought it was so funny. You were probably laughing all about it together. Act like you care, but because you have to. But that's as far as it goes. Lady Constance. You hate me! All the maids hate me. You and Pauline and Isabel and Ada. Even though she's so soft, she probably doesn't have it in her to kill a fly. Doesn't realize that she hates me, but I know she does. She trembles like a sick dog whenever she sees me. If she didn't hate me, why would she be so afraid of me? Lady Constance sniffed and wrapped her arms around her knees. They made the covers dropped about them like two small islands. The parlour maid is the worst. She hates me the most, more than the rest of you put together. Doesn't say it, but it's obvious. When she looks at me, it seems like she's dissecting me. Can't stand it. I hate it. I hate all of it. The only person who cares about me was Miss Adrienne, but Mother sent her away. Now I don't have any allies. Well, if you'll hate me, then I'll hate you too. But Lady Constance. Luna's tone shifted. Loathing? Unadulterated loathing! Loathing? Unadulterated loathing! For your face, your clothing. Let's just say I loathe it all. Every little trait, however small, makes my very flesh begin to crawl with simple, utter loathing. That's strange and exhilarant in such total detestation. It's so pure, so strong, though I do admit it came so on fast. Still, I do believe that it can last, and I will be loathing you my whole life long. Leah's tone shifted. It was softer, gentler. Lady Constance deserved that much. Though I hated the girl, the fact that Lady Constance knew was hated, it just seemed more pitiable than ever before. In any event, the girl was not so very old. She was only 12. Just a child. Mary had been unmanageable when she was that age too. That was right. Lorena would pretend she was married. I know I might be overstepping my boundaries, but surely it should not come as a surprise that the other maids dislike you. You don't deny it? You don't deny it? I won't deny it, because it's true. I can't deny the truth. The other servants try. So does mother. So does father whenever he's around, which isn't very often. They tell me I'm loved. It's a lie! Baka! It's a lie! Sorry, Danganronpa happened. But don't you see? It's hard to love a girl. What's so difficult? Difficult? Yes. You must know that you're difficult. You always instruct the servants. You make us do impossible tasks. You scold us for every little thing, and you never ever remember to say please or thank you. And why should I thank you? Because it's the polite thing to do. You forgot your place. You forgot your place. You're a servant. I shouldn't thank you for doing your job. Should I thank the sun for shining, or the flowers for blooming? The sun and flowers don't have feelings. Servants do. You're human beings, just like you. That rhymed. I know you don't like her, but Taha is a human being too. A novel idea? Well, tell me this, Laurie. Even if I did say please and thank you and acted like the perfect little girl, would you like me? Would you honestly like me? No, don't answer. I already know the truth. I don't think you would. In fact, I can say it with certainty. You still wouldn't like me at all. Why do you say that? Because I'm rich, and you're not. That's reason enough for most people to hate each other. Even if I was a perfect angel, you'd still dislike me, because I have all this. Lady Constance gestured about her bedroom, with its 4-poster bed and expensive carpets. And you sleep in an attic. How could you like me under those circumstances? It's not possible. It isn't. Because if I was you, I would hate me too. Lady Constance. What do you think I feel? I'm sick and tired. You maids hate me. The parlour maid particularly hates me. Daddy's always away on business, and I'm not allowed to play with the children in the village. Even if I was allowed, they'd never want to play with me. I don't have any friends or allies. Not a single one. Not since Miss Adrienne has been sent away. I have dolls, but I do all for them. And they can't talk to me. Well. Luna bowed her head. She knew she was fighting a losing battle, but she couldn't stop herself from trying. If she didn't try, she'd never forget herself. She was still upset about the ruckus Lady Constance had caused yesterday over the porridge, but as Luna's mother would have said, there's no sense in crying over spilt milk. Porridge does in fact use milk sometimes. Spilled milk and oats. There you go. I know I'm not a lot older than you, and I know I'm a lot older than you, and we got off on the wrong foot, but maybe if I'm not being too forward, maybe I could be your friend? You? My friend? That's right. I could if, you won't. Lady Constance paused. She seemed to consider the idea for a few moments before she smirked. It wasn't a pleasant expression. In fact, it was incredibly disagreeable. You must think I'm stupid. We can't be friends. It's not possible. I know you're trying to play the good Samaritan, but I don't want your pity. I'm not. Don't lie to me. I don't want to hear it. I already told you I'm sick of it. But you're lying again. I know you don't like me, no matter what you say. You're just like Army A. You feel sorry for me, so you're offering to be my friend out of pity. That isn't the same as liking me. Nobody likes me. You can't prove that. I can! How? If you liked me, you would recoil if I did this. And so saying, Lady Constance leapt forward. What the fuck? And pressed her lips. Her lips, pale pink, like two cherry blossoms against Lorena's. The fuck? So she refused to take her medicine? So she refused to take her medicine? Lena nodded mutely. Lena stared at the wall, limp and listless. Her back rested against an old wooden chair. She couldn't think about anything. Not after that kiss. If we could record it as such, given it was so fast and fleeting. Just like a fallen snowflake, melting on her lip, her lower lip. There was no denying the truth. Lady Constance really had kissed her. Well, not to worry. Lady Constance didn't take her medicine. She can't be that ill. I don't know. She wasn't acting like herself. More fool her, then. If she's genuinely sick, she'll make herself sicker. She doesn't try to get better. That isn't your problem. It is partially my problem, given she's my employer. She isn't your employer, Laurie. We've been through this. For all her air and graces, Lady Leonard is the one who pays her salary, not her daughter. Yes, Lady Leonard would be very happy to learn I'm letting her beloved daughter waste away. The kiss would hardly have appeased her either. Lorena still didn't know how to feel about that. She didn't know how to feel about anything. Oh, my little Laurie, you seem somewhat stressed. I am stressed. I'm confused too. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, but I don't know how to set it right. I don't know if I can. You're a kinder girl than I, to worry your pretty little head about Lady Constance. For all she might have told you, I doubt she's even bothered to worry about you. Well, perhaps not, but... See? If she doesn't care about you, you shouldn't care about her. We humans are fragile creatures, and we shouldn't expend energy fussing over those who neither deserve nor want our attention. Life is too short. Just like you. Pat, pat. Luna leaned back into the chair and glanced upwards. Her eyes fluttered. Light streamed in through the window, and she could see dust dancing about in the golden glow. It flickered like fireflies. The sky outside was a bright, cloudless blue. It was so blue, in fact. Lorena wondered whether she could paddle in it. The sweet smell of roses, lavender, and frangipani drifted in the air. You're probably right. I just... Don't dwell on it. You have no reason to feel guilty. I wish it was as cold as you. You think I'm cold? Terra paused, one hand against her breast, her eyes widening. How cruel. I'm hurt, my little Laurie. You of all people would know how passionate I can be. Well, maybe you and Lady Constance are similar in that regard. Whatever do you mean? Are you vying for a good head flick, young lady? No, I just, Lorena giggled softly, brushing a strand of her hair behind the shell of her ear. I was thinking you both are quite passionate when you want to be. And then they had both kissed Lorena. Did that count for something? Ah, yes. An excessive yellow bile. We're probably both caloric. As you should know, I'm rather more worried about you than I am Lady Constance, my little Lori. I don't like seeing you look so down. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize. I wasn't harping on you. I was just thinking. Do you want to go for a walk? It might clear your head, and it is such a beautiful day. It seems like a shame to waste it. But Lady Constance... Let's not think about her. Let's not even talk about her. Let's spend some time alone together, alright? Well... Plus, the cook wants us to pick some blackberries. Does she want you to make more jam? That is rather unlikely. Everyone in Bly seems to know what happens when I try cooking now. Oh, I'm sorry. If only I hadn't been so foolish. Don't worry. I'm not blaming you. The cook is the one who should be cooking. Her job description is in her title. I suppose. Now, would you mind accompanying me, my fair lady? Picking some blackberries might cheer you up. When Tahua phrased it like that, it was impossible for the younger maid to resist. Sorry about that, yawned. The blackberry thicket was overgrown with tall trees, secreted away deep in Bly's grounds. That was itself was no longer visible. It was hidden away behind a bower of trees and bushes. It was just Luna and Tahua here, sheltering from the sun, which had beaten down on their heads relentlessly during their trek. The smell of blackberries was almost overwhelming. It lingered in the air, even stronger than the intermingling scent of the crisp air, the dew-flecked grass, and the summer flowers. The earth was lit with black fruits. They burst open beneath the heels of two meandering maids. The blackberries split open to ooze deep purple fluid over the scattered soil. There was a veritable feast for ants and caterpillars, perhaps, but these blackberries were of no use to the cook. The two maids were supposed to pick the ripe berries from the bushes. Wasn't that why Tahua had requested Lorena's company? But Lorena couldn't focus on her task. Her attention had been captivated almost completely by Tahua. Tahua's hair was dark. It fell around her shoulders, sleek and smooth. It was the same rich color as the pulp that spilt stickily from the crushed blackberry corpses on the ground. Email? Oop, give me a second. Email. Important. Email? Important? Question mark? Alright, that's this key. Oop, give me a second. Yay, early access to game. Yay, early access to game. I'll put insert Steam code. Yay! Beta testing. Pog. Anyways. That's not what I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be a different thing. Thought it was gonna be the first draft of thing. But no, it is early access key to game. Pog. Time for production, the race movie. End of January for the first draft. Oh, everything to be sent out. Okay, that's fine. Anyways, that's not important. Beta testing. Yay. Yay. Game. Game. Game code. Anyways. Besides, back to playing the game. Back to playing Blackberry Honey. It was mostly obscured by shadow. Which chinks of what's of what now? Leave it hydrate and stretch. Chinks. What chinks? Chinks. Chinks. That's weird. That feels weird to say. Chinks of light split through the leafy canopy here and there, and picked out her features. Yes, that is a word. It's also a word used to be offensive to Asian people, which is why it was really bizarre to, read. Her almond-shaped eyes, the curve of her cheeks, her soft lips. Tara might have been a mystery, but she really was beautiful. That was something Lorena couldn't deny. The young maid tried to inhale, but her breath caught in her throat. Why did she feel so warm? Have you forgotten why we came here already, my little Laurie? Well... you're so lovely. Delhua sighed, cupping Luna's cheek with her right hand. Her fingers, Luna noted, were very slender. They were long and thin, tipped with crescent moon nails. Unlike me, whose nails are tipped with fucking sharp points. My cute little pet. Are you really excited? I'm not. But I rather think you are. You don't have any proof. Yes, that broke off. Do you want me to prove it? Well, silly Laurie. It's so charming when you can't be honest with yourself. It makes me want to bully you. You always bully me. Exactly. Because it cheers you up. It does not. It does. Waiting on Lady Constance these last 2 days, has made you miserable. You suffered enough. If at all possible, I want to lessen your burden. Now lie back like a good girl and leave everything to me. Tora leant in a little closer until there was only an inch between the two women. I think they're gonna fuck. Luna drew in a breath. She trembled. Please don't do that. Well, if you really don't want my company. Tahor smiled, seemingly unaffected. Curled a strand of her black hair about her finger. Shall we start picking those blackberries? You looked down at the ground, scuffing the dirt with the tips of her shoes. She was unsettled enough after the unexpected kiss Lady Corsus had bestowed upon her, and she had no idea how to fend off Tahor's teasing. She didn't know if she even wanted to fend it off. Your offer. I know. You like it though. I don't. Then why are you pouting? Why are you pouting like that? Like what? Like you want to ravish me. You want me to ravish you? But what? Laurie. When you make faces like that, how could I possibly resist? Later that day, Lorena found herself cleaning the parlor with Effie. Lorena had grown slightly more accustomed to Effie's company, but she was still unsure whether she could call the maid a friend or not. Maybe Gavron would be better. I thought Lorena had much she wished to find. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I mean to yawn in your fucking ear. Yep. Weirdo. How could she confess all the depraved activities she had done with Tao Hua? What the fuck? They did what now? Hey, yo! When Lorena closed her eyes, she could still remember it. Tao's fingers trailing against the small of her back. So she squirmed. Her warm mouth, her serpentine tongue, her demanding kisses. The thick, heady scent of blackberries interwoven with her own bodily fluids. Nina ducked her head, her face flushed. Effie glanced over to Lorena. Her eyes were lidded, as per usual, but there was something oddly penetrating about her gaze. Lorena shifted awkwardly. She glanced at the floor. What are you looking at? I'm thinking. Thinking about what exactly? Your face. Is there something wrong with it? It looks happy. I feel the same as usual. If you say so. If you smiled once. If you smiled one of her strange elephant smiles. I'm glad you listened. To what? Your heart. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. I think you do. Luna's face burned. Was she really that transparent? Yes. And even later that evening, the two maids were secreted away in Tao's room. The sky outside Tao's window was dark, splashed liberally. With stars, the moon was full and heavy. Tara was standing behind Lorena, fingers toying with her hair. Tara hummed beneath her breath the whole while. It was a pleasant time, but Lorena had no idea where it had first originated. Knowing Tara, the it was probably something from the opera. Something European. Something cultured. Said Lorena would, no doubt, not understand. While Tara busied herself, Figaro stretched out in Lorena's lap. She mewed lazily and flicked her tongue against the tips of her fingers. It tickled, but it wasn't unpleasant. He likes me. I think he likes me. I should hope so too. It's rather hard not to like you, my little Laurie. I'm not sure about that. Pauline hates me enough for 4 people. Pauline is a bitch. Tao-hua! Scolded the older maid, but there was no real passion in her voice. Quite agreed. She quite agreed. Lena didn't particularly want to think about Pauline. Freya really is a friendly cat. She is when he gets to know you. He could be standoffish at first. Maybe you could even call him arrogant. Like you then. Yes, indeed. Very much like me. I knew when I first saw him that we would make a good pair. He has such airs and graces. He acts like he's royalty, when in reality he's nothing more than a stray with no fortune to his name. That sort of thing we have in common. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Tao-hua? What is it, my little Laurie? I have something to tell you. Then, by all means, tell me. Well, and a bit down on her lower lip. I went to the village this morning to collect Lady Constance's medicine and... Don't tell me. Do one of the farm hands find the face of Jesus in a potato? What? No. Does that really happen? It does, if you believe it, it does. Therefore I, unfortunately, am a touch too cynical to pin my faith on miraculous root vegetables. Rita laughed and shook her head. She thought her much. Actually, I ran into Emily. You seem to encounter the ever-delightful Emily an awful lot. I didn't think she was the sort of to venture more than 5 steps outside her drawing room. Whoa! A vision of Emily's chasing the 3 dirty boys about the village came to Lorena's mind, and a smile despite herself. She's sturdier than you think. She's sturdier than she looks. I think you might be right about that. Though Emily was a vision of peculiar pink, with curled hair and thick blonde eyelashes, she really was a force to be reckoned with. Emily asked me to tell you this. She said it was important. Well, if Emily thinks it's important, I'm sure it must be of grave matter. What's the problem? Did she snag one of the newer party folks? No, it's rather more serious than that. She told me she was going to be moving. Oh? Taha paused. Figure stilled, embedded inside Lorena's hair, while the owner of said fingers looked at Lorena's scalp with a small frown. She said if you were planning to sell your violin, you should come to a decision quickly, because she and her sister might not be staying here for much longer. Oh. Jaguar drew in a breath. Is that how it is? She sounded rather convinced of the fact, too. Oh, my. Well, I never expected that. Neither did I. I don't know if Emily did. I don't know if Emily did either. She sounded just as surprised as I was. Well, she has cause to be surprised. Her family has lived and worked in Ellesmere for more than 3 generations. They have something of a reputation around here. Not to mention the memories. I don't think Theodora would throw it away so readily. Not throwing it away. Not really. And what would you know about that, Marina? No, I don't know them like you do, but I think a lot of thought was put into it. Well, I suppose it was only a matter of time. Emily hates it here, and I don't blame her. Shropshire is a dull corner of the country to grow up in. It's becoming harder and harder for small businesses to thrive. Practically speaking, London would be their best bet. If they want to move, I can't stop them. Though I suppose I might miss Theodora. We get on rather well. What do you think about it? About what? You know, your violin. Taro inhaled. That is a different question, Marina. So I'll be right back. Just real quick. Be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. Oops, I was about to take the thing off screen. I'm back. I'm gonna re-straighten the camera. That is a difficult question, Lena. I don't want to be rash. That violin is more important. It's the most prized possession. Theodore might be moving, but that doesn't mean I should. But hush. I'll come to a decision within time. But you might not have any time. You decide now. I know. Dora's tone darkened. So did her expression. Are you trying to tell me what to do, Lorena? Lorena gasped softly. Figueroa's ears quirked upwards. Since something was amiss within his mistress, the black cat slipped off Lorena's lap and patted it to a corner of the room. But Lorena could not do such a thing. All she could do was sit there, trembling as the full brunt of Tahua's displeasure fell upon her slender shoulders. She never felt more frail. It was just like the last time Tauha had lost her temper. She'd promised it wouldn't happen again. But I'm sorry, I was being too pushy. It's fine, Marina. I know what you mean, and I'm glad you came to tell me. I appreciate it. But the Parliament's voice was icy and cold. It wasn't how Taha should have spoken to Lorena. It wasn't how Taha typically spoke to Lorena. Weren't they friends? Were they not, in fact? Something more? Why then did she sound so cold? Maybe Taha didn't care about Lorena as Lorena cared for her. And to think. For a moment, Lorena had been half tempted to imagine Taha might perhaps have loved her. But there was no love. There was a mere like. It was a curious manner of liking, certainly, that manifested itself in midnight rendezvous in Tao's room and shared jokes, silly giggles, and gentle kisses, but that was all there was. Tao Hua didn't love Lorena, but she did love that violin of hers. If Tao Hua ever had to decide between the two, Lorena knew which would win. She didn't have a chance. Lorena had always known the truth, but she hadn't wanted to admit it. Now, it was staring her in the face. If she had told her to listen to her heart, and Lorena's heart was telling her, quite plainly, that she would always be second best. I'm sorry, but you've given me quite a lot to think about. I need to be on my own. I hope you don't mind. I'm sorry. Lorena got to her feet. I'll take my leave now. And with the stumbling steps of a frostbitten beggar, Lorena departed. She hoped Tao Hua might call her back, but she never did. That night, Lorena curled up beneath her blanket and shivered. The blanket seemed thinner yet meaner than ever. Her mattress even more lumpier and misshapen. And how the young maid tossed and turned. She couldn't get comfortable. Thoughts raced through her head, more innumerable than the stars in the night sky. That violin is my prized possession. It was as Emily had said. Tauha cared about that violin more than anything else. Far more than she cared about Lorena. Lorena could still recall how icy Tauha's tone had been earlier that evening. Down to the last spine-chilling syllable. Are you trying to tell me what to do, Lorena? Maybe she had. Just a little, but she'd had Tauha's best interests in heart. If Tauha wasn't happy and Bly being paraded before Lady Leonard's guests like an exotic orchid, then why did she come to stay here? Why didn't she leave? But Tauha, apparently, was content to endure all the curiosity stares and the uneducated gossip of the world, so long as she could continue to cling onto her violin. Why? Why? Was the Whittier that important to her? Lorena didn't know. She didn't know because Tauha wouldn't tell her. Tauha never told her anything. Maybe Tauha didn't really trust her. Didn't really like her. Now why did the thought hurt so much? Nina sniffled. Her eyes started to prickle. She wiped them with the back of her arms, but yet more tears threatened to fall. She didn't want to cry. She couldn't bear it if she tried. She didn't shed tears with Pauline slapped. She didn't shed tears when Pauline slapped her, or when Lady Constance had made her scramble about in the rose bush. She had to even cry without Pickering. It attempted to fondle her through the fabric of her maid's uniform. She was the daughter of Mabel Rowe. For goodness sake! Her mother's strong, indomitable blood ran through Lorena's veins.
For goodness sake!
She could weather any storm, but curiously enough, nothing over the last 5 months has stung Lorena quite as much as this. Lorena shook, tears beaded in the corner of her eyes, like dew on the underside of a daisy. She couldn't help herself.
まったく、もう。
It hurt too much. So she was crying. She had realized how much she had grown to care about Tauha, until the older woman had rejected her. I think I should be on my own, but for how long? A few days? A week? A month? But by then, it would be too late. Theodora and Emily would have moved to London, and Tauha would no longer be able to sell her violin. They'd both be trapped inside Bly, like figures within a snow globe, while the years piled about their own shoulders. Getting older and sadder and tireder as they continued to drift apart. No. and her clenched her hand into a fist. Her nails dug into her skin. She didn't want that. She couldn't let that happen. But Tao Ha could be very stubborn when she wanted to, and Lorena didn't know how she could persuade her. She just made Tao Ha hate her more than she did already. Her future really was murky. Lorena wept bitterly, burying her face into a musty pillow. Disgusting. She didn't want to wake any of the other maids, least of all Pauline and Isabel. She didn't think she could fend them off. Not now. Not when everything hurt so much and... Lorena? Lorena drew in a sharp intake of breath. Her crying about how muted and mangled she had managed to wake somebody after all. I mean, they'd been awake this whole time. It was Ada. Lorena, are you alright? Lorena, her face wet and crumpled with tears, mumbled, "I'm fine." It wasn't one of the most convincing performances. But... Lorena. Ada's brows crinkled in the dark. It sounded like you were crying. I wasn't. Are you sure? Quite sure. Mostly. Maybe. Una shook her head. Why was she being so aloof? With Ada, of all people. Tahua might have turned on her, but Ada was a friend. Ada had been unfailingly kind to Lorena from day one, and Lorena owed her a lot. Without Ada, she wouldn't have settled down in Bly so quickly. She was a salve that made the barbed comments from Lady Constance and the mean-spirited jibes from Pauline and Isabel tolerable. If anybody could console her, it was Ada. Sweet, gentle Ada, with her round face and her button nose now blocked up with strange sickness to her voice, sounded unusually nostril. Maybe I was crying, just a bit. Did something happen? Something or other always happens around here, but in this case, probably not. I was just fooling myself, imagining there was something there to begin with. His brows furrowed in the confusion. Is this about Pauline and Isabel? Those two. Mina snorted in disdain. Like they could even make me cry. I would let them. Then, Lady Constance? I wouldn't give her the satisfaction. But I heard about what happened the other day with the porridge, and it must have been scary. I'm a grown woman. Little girls throwing temper tantrums isn't scary. Though at this time, Lorena had been rather unsettled. A bowl of porridge was a rather hefty projectile, and it shattered with such a loud smash. You're braver than me. I got scared every time. Strange noise in the night, and the thunderstorms, and Lady Constance. Ada shook her head. I even get scared of ghosts. No, it's not real, Ada. Yeah, but the idea of them is frightening, don't you think? Not really. Well, you would say that. You're stronger than me. You didn't even get sick. And smiled at Lorena sheepishly. You've been going at Bly for as far as I have, but I think you're better made than I am. Than I'll be. You even know how to read and write. And look at what you've usually for. And it's wonderful. Really? Yes. Yes. I've bet you a lot. But you caught me crying in the middle of the night. I don't care. You're still one of the most incredible people I've ever met. You know, I bet Pauline and Isabel bully you because they're jealous of you. I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure about that. I think they bully me because they're victorious, boring people. Vicious, boring people. But you're sweet. But you're so smart. And you can write letters. And read books and talk with them. But you can't. Well, maybe. So you should cheer up. He just smiled at Lorena encouragingly. I don't know who or what have made you sad, but I'm aware you're better than they are. You're 100. You're 100, not 1,000 times better. Ah. Nina dropped her gaze shyly. She wasn't used to being praised. It was embarrassing. She's embarrassed, but... Bruh. Sorry. I'm violating my body. Maybe she should tell Ada how she was feeling. She didn't want to keep secrets. Not from a friend. If you're curious, I had an argument with Taohua. Taohua? I thought you got on with her. She calls you my little Lori. You're back again. I return. But I thought you had got you. I thought you got on with her. She calls you little Lori. She's complicated. We spent a lot of time together, but I feel like I don't really understand her. I don't think she wants me to. I don't know what to do. Luna sighed and curled up on herself. Like a
Flower?
blooming in reverse. Maybe she hates me. I'm sure she doesn't hate you. But she looks so angry. I wouldn't be surprised if she never talks to me again. Then she's stupid. Ada? Luna looked at Ada with something akin to awe. She'd expected that the quiet, malleable Ada, of all people, to speak ill of somebody else so firmly. Least of all, Tao Hua. She thinks she's smart, but if she's made you cry, she must be even stupider than I am. I'm sure she'll change her mind in a bit. You just have to give her time. Like a finicky cat? Exactly. You're one of the nicest people I know. If he upset her, I bet that was an accident. This thing will all blow over soon. And if it doesn't, then forget about her. Forget about Tao Hua. Was easier said than done. Something about the parliament made her linger in Tao Hua's mind, even when she was far away. The cloying scent of lavender. It would be impossible, Lorena was sure, to ever truly forget about her. They'd made far too many memories together. No, I'm not. Nothing special, really. I'm just silly mistakes, but... I looked at Lorena thoughtfully, beneath her eyelashes. No matter what happens, Lori, I'll always be your friend. Always. She spoke firmly, like a stalwart soldier. The conviction in her eyes took Lorena by surprise. You want to be? That's right. Only if you want to be my friend. Oh, Ada. Though Lorena's face was still damp, she found herself smiling all the same. It was impossible not to. You really are a friend, a true friend. Ada's face flushed. Alright, thank you. I should be the one thanking you. I feel a lot better now. The two girls smiled at one another, both sequestered in their own uncomfortable rectangular beds. Until Lorena, suddenly overcome with emotion, drew back the covers and shuffled to one side. Do you want to come in? Do you want me to? You've been shivering for a while. It's very cold, Jack. I think I could use some extra heat. But I'm sick. I don't want you to get sick too. It's a chance I'm willing to take. But no buts. The butt I want is your butt in my bed. You're my best friend. I just want to be with somebody right now. Somebody kind. I don't want to be stuck in my bed, alone with my thoughts. I can't bear it. If you want, really want, I'm more than happy to keep you company. That was all Lena wanted right now. Company. Being alone was far too depressing. Depressing. In a second. I am untangling my phone charms. It's totally important right now. Over the following week, the General Malaise had been set upon by began to wane malice. Even Lady Constance, when going on like she was suffering from the plague, began to recover. The days slipped by, everything returned to the way it had been before. In fact, things were rather too much like the way that was before. Thora seemed to regard Lorena much as she had done all those months ago, and Lorena had first arrived at Bly. She acknowledged Lorena with nothing more than a nod of her head. When they passed in the hallways, that was all. Lorena tried desperately to think of something to say, but whatever she saw, the older maid, her tongue seized up inside her head. She couldn't say a thing, and the clock kept on ticking. The 31st of May. Tuesday! The servants' quarters were pitch black. The sky beyond the singular window was filled with stars, glistening like diamonds about a lady's neck. But Lorena was in no mood to appreciate their beauty. All she could appreciate was how very tired she was. Being a maid had always been tiring work, but it had been more exhausting than usual these last 2 weeks. Why was that? Maybe it was because Tao Hua no longer cared to speak to her. Though Lorena had Ada to console her, it just wasn't the same. Ada had advised Lorena to forget about Tao Hua, but the young maid soon discovered that was impossible. Lorena missed her. She missed Tao Hua terribly. She missed the embraces, the wistful glances, and all the kisses, but most of all, she missed feeling loved and wanted. The young maid sighed. She divested herself from her uniform. She folded neatly, as was her custom, and set it at the foot of her bed. Even that required too much work. Mary, are you alright? Just tired. I need to get some rest. If you're sure. Lorena slipped beneath the covers. They were icy cold. It was always cold in the servants' quarters, with its thin walls, thinner sheets, and window panes that were even more ineffectual at keeping out the cold air than a veil of spiders' webs. The little candle did little to light the room. Luna turned, closing her eyes when... "Oh, Laurie! Are you still awake?" Luna scrunched up her eyes. She was awake, but she didn't want Pauline to know that, not in her current state. Luna, unfortunately, was not a very convincing actress. "I know you're still up. I heard you talk to Ada before I entered the room." "How careless! She isn't as clever as she thinks. Can you leave Lorena alone? She isn't feeling very well and..." "Oh, give it a rest, Miss Peggle. Piglet. You must have been sneaking currant buns about the cook's back. I wasn't. Like that matters. Move aside. The adults are trying to talk. Rolls eyes. Looking aside, she knew that Pauline and Isabel would continue hectoring Ada until she gave her what she wanted. There was little point trying to resist. Ada didn't need to get dragged into this mess. Luna sat herself outside and fixed Pauline with heavy eyes. It looked hollow and empty in the darkness of the room. What is it? I had so many chores to attend to today. I'm quite exhausted. And how does that concern me? Oh my, how heartless you are to show such contempt to your elders and betters. We're all maids here. That we are, but it hadn't been so very long since Isabel and I were under the weather. That was last week. Look fine now. And the reader doubted whether they'd been truly ill in the first place. I don't feel fine. I've been rushed off my feet, and my back's killing me. Maybe you should lie down. That's what I planned to do. But silly me, I seem to have forgotten something. Luna's eyes narrowed. Didn't like the trajectory of this conversation. What did you forget, Pauline? It was my duty to bolt and lock the windows on the second floor. And perhaps you should do it. I would if I could, but those legs aren't what they used to be. I'm still recovering from my illness, you see, and I don't want to push myself too hard. You've never pushed yourself in your whole life. That was what Lorena wanted to say, but she held her tongue. If you could still remember the sharp sensation of Pauline's palm that she had no desire to make its acquaintance once more. You've seemed a little out of sorts lately, Lorena, and I think a walk might do you good. So this was for my sake, is it? Naturally, as your elder, I want to look out for you. I know you're not the best of friends, but I do worry about your health. You've been looking awfully pale as of late, and you've been so very distracted. You should stretch your legs, so that might bring some color back to your cheeks. If you feel cheeky, maybe you should follow your own device. If only I could, but these legs of mine, I'm afraid it's impossible. Pauline! Ward really has been working hard. The least you could do is help her. Why don't you fucking do anything as well? If you don't wish to help me, you should always help yourself. Frankly speaking, your miserable face is ruining my mood. I don't think we'd all be better off if you left. Isn't that right, girls? Well, I don't know about that. I don't mind. You're quite sure? Doesn't looking at her disagreeable face bother you? Not really. Then you have more patience than me. No matter how disagreeable Lorena is, she's still adorable. Adorable? She's a woman. I don't discriminate. How very modern! And what about you, Lottie? What do you think? Well, the Swiss maiden.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
Hydrate and posture check. The Swiss miss of the Alps had been previously engaged in a long and involved process of brushing her golden tresses polished. She looked Lorena up and down. A small frown played on her lips. And then she said, I think Isabel might have a point. Lorena winced. Felt like her air had been knocked out of her lungs. You have been looking glum lately, Lorena. And my Uncle Rudolph always says walking is the best cure to your grieving heart. lies a lot. Lies a lot. Lies a lot at a time. The hallways of Bly are not the Alps, of course. There are no gentians and cornflowers or asters, but I think it would be beneficial. Indeed it would. Prettily spoken, Lottie. We looked at Lisa Lottie, muted. The Swiss maiden was smiling, without a hint of cruelty in either their face nor her voice. But that made her betrayal sting all the more. Didn't she realize Pauline was trying to push yet more work on Deloria's shoulders? Maybe the nuances of Pauline's words had been lost in Lizelotte's fair ears. English was not, after all, her first language, and she didn't seem to understand the uniquely British art of sarcasm. She opened her mouth. For a moment, she thought about retorting, but it really was only a moment. She was too tired to try and defend herself. And if she did, it wouldn't make any difference. Fine, I'll go. How lovely! Pauline's smile curled into a cruel smirk. You know, I might have to reevaluate my opinion of you, Laurel, you know. When I first met you, I thought you were nothing more than a shameless hoyden. But now I see you might be a slithering. You might be a slither of a goddess of you after all. Maybe you could be salvaged. Maybe. So long. Yet my advice, my life implied in it, would be... So long as you heed my advice, your life in Bly needed to be unpleasant. Let's keep working together in the future, Lorena. I'm sure we can become very good friends. It was a bitterly cold night, and the wind rattled in the window panes. Lorena silently trekked down the hall, pausing to ensure each and every window was closed and bolted. I'll let you do that too. I'll let you put your too. This was a task Lorena had always hated. She hated it all the more when it was hoisted upon her by Pauline. The familiar corridors seemed oddly elongated. In the dark, shadows pooled in every nook and cranny. What if the hallways stretched on forever, and she would never run out of windows to close or locks to bolt? It sounded like death without dying. Some kind of living hell. She's being silly. Isn't she too old for such nonsense? She had been lying. She just had to keep walking. Ah! Mina stilled, turning her head. Could hear something rapping against the window panes. The rose garden, barely visible beyond the glass, was draped in cool black and blue hues. The impenetrable night. The wind whipped the roses to and fro. The leaves fluttered. Their flimsy, paper-thin petals were soon scattered. It was raining. Droplets of water fell against the window pane softly at first, but they quickly grew faster. The number of raindrops soon doubled, then tripled, then quadrupled. This was the kind of storm that could knock down walls and tear trees asunder. It was a good thing Reno was inside, where it was warm. The storm was outside, But it was not. Shaking her head, Rita tore herself away from the windows and continued her work. At least, that was the plan. Until she saw the ghost. The creature. It's a feature. A creature feature. Featuring the creature. The ghost was a thin, with a tiny figure, in a nightgown with large eyes, snub nose, blonde hair. The ghost was, and a disdainful scowl. Rita had never seen such a cross-looking little ghost before. Why are you standing around in the middle of the night, you foolish maid? I could ask you the same thing. Anything for the cat again? You have no right to ask me that. This is my house. I can do what I want in it. I know, but looking for a black cat in the dark would be quite a challenge. You should go back to bed. I couldn't sleep. There's something on my mind. And what would that be? It wasn't the kiss. Was it? Just how significant? How much significance? How much significance did that gesture have? I was playing in the garden with one of my dolls this morning. I left her outside. Lady Constance's lips curled upwards in a cruel sneer. Are you still awake, maid? You should go and get her for me. You can't be serious, Lady Constance. The weather. Is that your concern? It's precisely because of the weather that you should fetch her from me. Lisette will be ruined. She must be ruined already, surely. It hasn't been that long. If you're quick about it, I'm sure you'll be able to save her. Luna glanced out the window, then was still falling thick and fast, and looked distinctly uninviting. This is ridiculous. If you send me out there, I'll catch my death of cold. And? Who cares about that? You're only a maid. I might be a maid, but I'm still a human being. I have a right to refuse. Oh? Lady Constance's eyes were cold and hard, like two marbles set in their skull. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The storm clouds were gathering, thick and fast. You're refusing help after you claimed, so very prettily, you might add, that we could be friends? I see how it is. It was nothing more than a crook of lies. Friends don't ask their friends to go out in the storm and wind rain for some small trifles. They're not friends. I knew it from the beginning. If we can't be equals, then we can't be friends. You must be my maid after all. That being the case, you have to obey me. It's your job. No. I beg your pardon? What'd you just say? I said no. I won't do it. You might be Lady Leonard's daughter, but that doesn't give you the right to treat me so poorly. Oh? That's too bad. Then suppose you won't mind if I tell my mother about your inappropriate relationship with the parlour maid. How did you know about that? I saw you. What? When? A couple weeks ago, after I asked you to clean out the old guest room. I hid around the corner after I left and watched you. I saw what you did. You were kissing. And so brazenly, too. I was quite shocked. Linda's mouth opened, closed again. She could hardly breathe. Well then. Lady Constance's smirk deepened. I think you'd better get outside and start searching, don't you? Lisette isn't going to find herself. Whimpering and as she held a hand above her head, not that it offered much relief from the rain, it continued to belt down her from all sides, bring up the wind into deadly projectiles. Luna's hands and cheeks were already rubbed raw. Her hair curled against her cheek and neck. The uniform clung to each and every curve. Up ahead, the jet black sky, a peal of thunder cracked, sounded closer than before. She had to hurry. Lorena had no desire to stay in the rain longer than necessary, especially with the thunderstorm brewing. Where was Lisette? Was Lisette even here at all? What if there wasn't Lisette? It was entirely possible that Lady Constance was spinning a tall tale, like spiders spin thread, just to get Lorena to go outside and sweat her. It would be to Lady Constance's advantage, in fact, if there was no Lisette, when Lorena would have to search and search for an object she could never find. Her struggles would have no end. She would keep looking like the good little maid she was until her fingers were chilled to the bone and she was washed away. Oh! There's a sprite for this! A bitter lump of anxiety rose up into Lorena's throat. It was more unpalatable, like a boiled candy 2 decades old, uncovered from the bottom of a dusty chest of drawers. Lorena tried to swallow it down. It almost choked. Growing desperate, Lorena searched with heightened frenzy. She tore through the rose garden, her hands snapping this way and that, her eyes darting about anxiety till... Oh no. She's found the door, but almost wished she hadn't. Hesitantly, the suffering maid took a few steps forward. The ground was slick with the rainwater, and she almost slipped, but she was able to right herself before she crumpled to the ground. The flower beds were so infused with water, had become nothing more than mulch. The roses had taken a thorough battering, and their heads had been denuded of velveteen petals. And there, tangled amongst one of the rose bushes, was Lisette. The door stepped Lorena, with big, blue, unblinking eyes. Even as the rain drummed insistently against this unnatural of fixed irises. This facsimile of a child cost more than a month of Lorena's wages. Just thinking about it made her feel sick. She really is a monster. Lorena stared at the door. What little of the door she could see, entwined amongst the roses, and her lower lip trembled. Lady Constance didn't expect her to reach into the thicket of thorns and pull the doll out, did she? But Lorena didn't have a choice. She was just a maid, and maids had to do what the mistress said. That was just the way of the world.
My, how unsightly!
Luna's hair was stuck to her forehead. Drops of icy rainwater trickled down her nose. Her cheeks were flushed pink, and from the roaring wind, the rest of her skin was ghostly pale, and that was to say nothing of her hands. If Lorena had been musical, she would never have been able to handle a string of instruments ever again. Her fingering would have been chopped to pieces. It was fortunate, then, that Aohua was the one with the violin. Lorena's fingers had been pierced by sharp thorns in innumerable places. Blood and rainwater dyed the palms of her hands pale pink. Rena clutched Lisette in her arms. The doll, too, was smeared with blood. Blonde curls were matted with mud, and her eyelashes were so gummed together they would no longer close.
Why on earth did you come in here, you stupid maid? You're going to get the carpet dirty.
I know, but...
If you know, why did you come back inside? You should have stayed out in the dirt and the mud, where you belong.
But I couldn't. The rain.
You sooner catch your death of cold than track dirt all over my bedroom, you fool.
She asked me. Your doll.
Oh, how very thoughtful of you. If you had an ounce of more common sense, you might have halfway intelligent.
What?
Do you really think I want that doll now? Look at her. She's filthy like you.
But you asked me to get her for you.
I don't want her anymore. What use could I possibly have with a broken doll when I have dozens of far prettier ones in my room?
But you
asked. Now change my mind, if that's very hard to comprehend.
Constance snorted. Her eyes shone with cruel, callous amusement.
I tried to give you a chance to redeem yourself, but there's no helping it. You really can't do anything right.
An unpleasant smoke slid across Lady Constance's face. It looked like an open wound.
I'll tell Mother everything tomorrow. She deserves to know the truth. I'll tell her that you broke that vase. I'll tell her that you drew Lisette. You threw Lisette in the rose bushes, and I'll tell her all the things you've been doing with a parlour maid. I'll tell her every little detail. Lady Constance, it's too late to beg now. I've no reason to listen to a maid, especially not a selfish, arrogant, hypocritical maid like you.
But what did I ever do to you? I don't understand why you're being like this.
Do you really have to ask? You really have to ask?
Lady Constance's face twisted. Rita flinched. For a moment, she worried Lady Constance might hit her. The moment soon passed. Lady Constance sighed, suddenly tired, and dropped her gaze downwards. She never looked more smaller, sadder. Or more pitiable.
You don't understand how I feel at all.
Dao who was framed in the doorway of her small bedroom, stared at her unpleasant visitor in surprise. The hallway was dark. The wind continued to whip about the rose bushes, and the brain water sluiced against the window panes. The window was rattled. It almost sounded like ghosts. Hundreds and hundreds of ghosts, impressing their pale palms against the window panes, begging to be let in. But the vision standing before Tao Hua, shivering, was much more concerning than any ghost could have been. That isn't you, is it, Lorraine? Rena sniffed. Her was bound. Her eyes shone with unsheathed tears. Or maybe it was residual rainwater. She was cold. She was cold all the way down to her bones. Oh my goodness. I leave you alone for a week. And everything goes to hell. What happened? Nina's chest hurt. For a few moments, she worried she might burst into tears. I know we had disagreements, or maybe you don't want to talk to me. You're probably angry with me, and I don't want to get in your way, but I didn't know who else to turn to. I can't go back to my room looking like this. The other maids would ask questions. I don't want them to ask questions. Can't see them now. Not like this. totally would gloat so. I know she would. Only she could have the audacity to act so like she's concerned. Doesn't know how to feel concerned for living beings other than when herself. But Lorena was working herself up into a temper. She knew she was, and agitating herself in her current state would only sap what little of her strength she had remaining. She averted her eyes and glanced down at the ground. I might be asking a lot, but even if you hate me, would you let me in? Please? Never mind that now. Huh? I don't hate you. Hello! Welcome! Welcome to the raid. Hi, hello, welcome and welcome. How are you? She's doing. Don't press this. Don't upgrade me. Oh god, that's with her SO. I've not done anything. You were? See a please! Oh, hi. I see. Hi, Hasu. Hi. Yes, well, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How are you doing? Gladian Vampers. I see. I was wondering how a Sea of Thieves player found me randomly playing a game that's not even properly titled. Welcome in. Hi, Papaya. I'm Suzume, a demon worker of your nightmares or dreams if you're into that. But why the fuck are you into your nightmares? It's fucking weird. How are you doing? Welcome in. How was Sea of Thieves? Hope it went well. Hope you guys did some good plundering. Yes, plundering. If you need to head off to do post-stream things like shower, eat, sleep, run to do chores or whatever, don't feel pressured to stay, but thank you again for stopping by. How are you doing? Thank you, Patrick. Yeah, God, thank you very much. How are you, Hasu? How are you doing this fine 10 p.m.? How are you doing this fine 10 p.m.? 10:24 p.m. GST. Ooh. Ooh, yeah, nice. I have not played Sea of Thieves in a hot minute, so I don't know much about what's happening right now in the events. But glad to hear that you're doing some good plundering. Or I hope you didn't sink your ships. I hope you sink your ship like I do sometimes, but very rarely if I'm not paying attention. Trust me, I am a competent captain. I know what I'm doing. Ask Hasu. I totally know what I'm doing. Totally. But welcome in. How are you doing? I'm currently playing some Blackberry Honey. It is a girls' love visual novel about maids who fall in love. Believe me, never. I see. I see how it is, Possum. I see how it is. You don't trust me? After all the times I didn't crash our ship, crash Unbi, my lovely ship. I see. I see how it is.
Unbi?
I see. But if you need to pop off to do post stream things, don't feel pressure to stay. I'm here gaming. I'm here doing my really bad voice acting. Actually, I need to go run to get some more water. Sorry about that. I go run away to get water. Look at these beautiful women while I'm gone. Fuck you. Anyways, yeah, I'm just here playing some visual novel. So if you feel if you want to stay for that, feel free. My really bad voice acting skills. my very poor voice acting skills. But anyways, where were we? Where were we? Here we are.
I don't hate you, Sally. I could never hate you. Goodness knows I've told you enough times. But you said what I said before no longer matters. Come in, you silly goose, before you catch your death of cold.
The term death of cold is so very weird to me. It's so very foreign to me. Delho ushered Lorena into her room. Her eyebrows creased with concern. Perhaps it was thanks to the rain, with the foul weather. And the foul weather that Taohua's room looked far darker than usual, but even the 2 candles burning by her bedside offered much relief from the gloom. Lorena tried to steady herself, but no matter what she did, the trembling didn't cease. She shivered, like a little leaf in a storm. Her hair was still wet, so was the rest of her. Beads of water ran down her forehead, trickling down the tips of her nose.
I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
I said, I'm sorry.
The rain continued to fall downward. It had been raining for almost an hour, and there was no signs of it stopping.
I didn't want your floor dirty.
As if I care about the floor.
You don't?
No, you silly fool.
I care about you, I said. I was mad at you, I suppose, for pushing me to semi-violent, but in retrospect, you weren't being so very pushy. You made sensible points. I was one being foolish. I have a lot of pride, but even I can admit that much. I asked you to leave because I feared I would snap at you. I didn't want to. Not after what happened last time. I vowed I'd never take my temper out on you again. I was trying to keep to my promise. I tried, but...
Mina shook her head.
I suppose ignoring you wasn't much better.
Lorena's face crumpled. Her trembling lower lip, combined with her damp face and red cheeks, made it look like she'd been crying. Maybe she had. What with all the wet rainwater, it was hard to tell. But for Lena herself?
Oh, Laurie. You didn't go outside in this weather, did you? I didn't want to, but... You did anyway? I had to. Lady Constance said... Of course, this would be the work of that brat. Yes, she wanted me to get her doll, Lisette. Left her after the rain. Oh, as if she cares about that. Lady Constance doesn't particularly like her dolls. She had dozens of them already, and treats them just as poorly as she treats us. I know that I'm not a fool. Sometimes I do wonder. You could be so cruel. Not as cruel as Lady Constance. How could one little girl be so wicked?
Tawa shook her head. For a few moments, her eyes looked curiously shining. But she was soon able to compose herself.
Why in the world did you obey her orders? You should have refused. I tried. I couldn't. She's only 12 years old. But she's also a lady, and I'm a servant. I know what happens when servants talk back to their betters. Then good comes of it. You can call me fool. You can call me foolish if you want, but I'm not. I'm just doing what I must to survive. If I don't bow to that awful girl's whining, my livelihood will be on the line. But that doesn't mean I enjoy it. I hate it. I hate it so much I can hardly stand it. But I didn't have a choice. I had to because Lady Constance knows. She knows everything. Calm down, Larry. Deep breaths. She rested her hands on Lorena's shoulders. Her fingers dug into the damp fabric of the girl's maid uniform. What does Lady Constance know? She knows about me and you. And you and I. Us. We've... She knows what we've been doing. Ah. That was enough to shock Telfar into silence. Explain to me clearly, Yuri. How does she know? She saw us kissing in the hallway before we went to clean out her new bedroom. I wonder how much she saw, actually. Exactly. I don't know. I don't want to know. It all amounts to the same thing. You're right, of course. Holding hands, kissing, or worse. It would all amount to the same thing. Tahua shook her head. But if she really did see us, why didn't she play this card earlier? I don't know. It didn't matter either. Marina had no time to try and fathom the inner workings of Lady Constance's brain. She could soon rather have taken apart a grandfather clock. But now she knows, and I know she knows. Lady Constance will ruin me. She'll ruin us. Come tomorrow. I won't have a job here anymore. I'll be driven out again. Oh, my little Lori. I know this won't make any difference, but I really am sorry. The older woman sat Lorena. And the older woman sat Lorena down beside her in her bed and pulled her into an embrace. A very wet embrace. Embracing a girl who bears a striking resemblance to a waterlogged corpse was an unpleasant experience. Tahua didn't comment on it. She continued to hold Lorena close in one arm beside her around her side. Maybe it was her way of apologizing. What's she doing? This won't hurt anything. It won't. But it will make you feel better. That's awfully confident of you. My confidence is well deserved. I never disappoint. Tahua prodded Luna's cheek. The younger maid giggled despite herself. See? You do feel better. Maybe a little. Maybe a lot. If you fall like this, you're going to get wet. I don't care. It would make a nice change for once. Luna pouted. You're trying to suggest I'm not enough to satisfy you. Don't take it too seriously. I'm just joking. Tahua pressed a kiss against Luna's temple. I really am sorry, my little Lori. I didn't want to get you in trouble. That was the last thing on my mind. The very last. Well, you saved me when it came to the vase. Perhaps this was fate. God works in mysterious ways. You'd know if you ever deigned to go to church. But alas, I cannot. But alas, I cannot.
course you're not an English woman. I'm every bit as English as you are. I fear I'm so sinful, however. I would melt the very moment I crossed the threshold. The sad thing is, that's probably true. Oh, hush. Toa pressed another kiss against Taho's temple. Then let her head rest against the younger maid's. Luna's hair was still damp. It clung to her skin like pondweed. But Tahua didn't something. Dad didn't seem to mind. It was, if anything, the shivering that racked Luna's body only encouraged Tahua to hold her closer. You know, this might be a good thing. How could this possibly be a good thing? I know you like see me humiliated, but this is a bit too much. I don't mean that bad. I mean, If you leave Bly, there's no reason for you to stay. I've wanted to make a fresh start for a long while. This is enough motivation, I think. But how will you afford it? I think we both know the answer to that. But your violin? Isn't it precious? Isn't it precious to you? It is precious. What of it? It's only an instrument. Just what instrument is. It can be replaced. Toa tried to sound as unaffected, but her voice caught in her throat. Luna heard it. You don't need to act so unconcerned, you know. You said it was an act. I do. I can tell. You're upset, aren't you? Well. Every exhalation of air forced itself from Tahua's lungs. Of course it upsets me. If it didn't, I wouldn't have been so snappy with you earlier. But there are more important things in life than my violin. Like what? Like you. You've known me for 6 months. You've had that violin for years. Maybe so. But I'm an intelligent woman. I'm capable of making my own decisions. I decided, in my infinite wisdom, that I want you, Lorian. I want to stay with you, no matter what anybody else might think. Nothing can change my mind. Not when I decide what I want. You really are possessive. Indeed. Is that a problem? I suppose I don't mind. Not when it's you. You suppose she doesn't mind? She supposes she doesn't mind. I'll have to test this. Toa placed her index and forefinger beneath Florina's chin and tilted her head upwards. Luna closed her eyes obligingly. Her lashes matted together. The two kissed ardently for some time, pressed close together. Luna's fingers dug into Luna's side, while Lorena threaded her fingers through Tahua's hair. And they were never tired of Tahua's hair. It was silky smooth, completely free of knots despite its impressive length. Luna had no idea how she did it. Luna's own hair was a bird's nest, forever infested with split ends and stubborn, knotted patches that seemed to reject hairbrushes. Oh, my little Laurie. What is it? I missed you. I miss you too. I missed holding you, and kissing you, and admiring your beautiful body. Speaking of which, you should probably take off your clothes. What do you mean? You're dripping wet. You'll catch your death of cold. Oh, right. I almost forgot. Do you really enjoy kissing me that much? I can't help it.
You're distracting. Then I'll keep my lips to myself while you undress. Alright, fine.
Luna untied her apron and let it fall to the floor. Next, her fingers moved to the buttons on the back of her dress. She undid 1, then 2, then 3. Yo! As she stripped, exposing her neck, her shoulder, her clavicle, Tara watched. Luna was acutely aware of the old woman's eyes roving over her body.
Melanie, you're so beautiful. I'm not.
You are.
But, no buts. Enough of that. The butt I want is your butt in my bed.
Tara clung to Luna a little closer. She tipped her head upwards and bit down on her lower lip, and then began to explore Luna's mouth with her tongue. Tara's saliva was dizzyingly sweet. Luna's head swam.
I think you may be warming up already, Larry. It feels good. That's what I like to hear.
Luna's face flushed bright red. She dipped her head slowly, shyly, pressing her thighs together. Tara smiled.
I do love making you squirm, Larry. It really is my favorite pastime. Well,
Luna swallowed. Her skin was still cold and slick from the falling rain, but Tahua's embrace was deliciously warm. Tahua had done so much for her already, and yet...
I was thinking, it isn't fair if you make me feel good all the time.
Oh? Don't you like feeling good?
No, that isn't it. I want to make you feel good too. If you will let me, that is. I might not be very good at it, and I don't know if you would like it, but I want to try.
Alright. You really are a sweetheart.
So, you wouldn't mind?
Quite the opposite, in fact. I get rather worked up when I play with you two. The rain continued to pound against the window panes. Thunder rumbled in the distance. The storm was not one that would end anytime soon, but Lorena didn't care. She didn't need to worry about any of that. Not when she was with Tao Hua.
I really do like you.
And I like you too, Lauren. And in fact, I want to keep showing you how much I like you. Like this. A kiss against her forehead. And this. A kiss against her cheek. And this. A kiss against her lips. But I have an even better idea.
What?
Toy's voice dropped to whisper, just barely audible above the sound of the storm outside.
Why don't we feel good together?
I really do love you, you know? They're so cute! I love them. Look at them. She's looking at Booba. Booba. Looking eyes on Booba. Eyes on the Booba. Eyes on the prize. Eyes on the prize! I really do love you, you know.
So what?
Toa's fingers threaded gently through Lorena's hair.
How do you feel, Lorraine?
Was that apology good enough?
You were trying to apologize?
Yes, and I'm afraid I wasn't very kind to you this last week. It was my own foolish fault. Then I glanced up at Tahua's face. Their eyes met, brown and green.
If you must know the truth.
Give me a second. Ow. We're good. A smile captured Luna's lips. She smiled so brightly, she could have put the stars itself to shame.
I've never been happier.
Oh, my little Lori. My little Lori. Dwarf sniffled, her lower lip wobbling. But reason soon overcame emotion, and Tauha brushed aside her momentary hysteria with a light laugh. You're so delightful. I fear I'll never be unfair. I fear I'll be parted with you. Not ever. And you're remarkably clingy. Says the girl hugging me so tightly, I can hardly feel my arms. I'm sure I could offer it. I should want to offer you. Then, are we really going to stay together? I should think so, yes. I can see no reason why we shouldn't. But neither of us have jobs. A trifling concern when I'll have enough money to put a duchess to shame. To what we considered? A second-rate duchess, at least. In a small estate? Only 2 or 3 servants. And no prices from the jewels? Maybe a few sapphires, but nothing ostentatious. Certainly no diamonds. Still, it's enough to be getting. It's still enough to be getting on with. That's more than enough. Luna examined Tauhua with an unabashed wonderment. Luna's mother often struggled to keep the fire lit in winter. All Luna's clothes had been mother's old cast-offs. She could hardly imagine having the wealth of a duchess, even a second-rate or third-rate one. And speaking of her family,
I still have my mother and sister. There's Ethel and Mary and little Alice and I. I never really want to be maid, but I can't give it all up. I need to work so I can send money to my family, or they'll be in a precarious situation. Won't even get sent to the poorhouse. I'd like to come with you, but I must pay my way in this world. Even if I have to work jobs I despise. I'll probably need to find some form of employment elsewhere. I'm not sure if any other estate would take me, or after being dismissed and disgraced with Hartwell and Bly. But I'm sure there's something I can do. I just need to look harder.
Tauhua brushed Luna's concerns aside, with a small smile. Certainly.
I am?
Yes. Tauhua pressed a kiss gently against her lover's forehead. As a duchess, you're a second-rate one. It's my duty to scatter lagris to the populace. I can be a rather generous woman.
Oh no, you couldn't do that.
And why not?
It's not proper. I can't just take your money.
You want to be taking it? I'm offering it. Semantics, Miss Surround.
But it doesn't feel right. I'd never be able to repay you.
You repaid me more than enough already. A kiss. Though there is one thing I'm interested in.
What?
I wouldn't mind meeting your family at some point. It'd be the only proper thing to do, given I intend to whisk you away. Lorena blinked.
Do you mean introduce you as my
mistress?
I was thinking lover, but they're both as bad as the other.
Your family wouldn't approve? Luna's mother would not approve, of course. Luna was sure about that. How could her mother approve of when she was a very sensible, God-fearing woman who went out to church every Sunday and firmly espoused that God created Adam and Eve? Luna didn't want to be shunned and abhorred by her own mother. She could hardly stand the thought. But maybe she was jumping to conclusions. She was certain her mother would be shocked, but despite all that, she did love her. As for Ethel, she was too serious and solemn to press judgment. Would simply nod and take the news in her stride. Mary would kick up more of a fuss, but not only because Talha was woman, because she looked so foreign. Knowing Mary, she would probably gulp and squawk like a parrot before unleashing a torrent of questions no fair maiden of 14 years should ask.
So, how do you even do it? How do you even do it? How does it work? What goes where? How does she taste spices?
The last one, though. Laurie is on the left? Yes. Laurie and Taohua. Mary would horribly or it could be horribly insensitive. But she never met anything wicked by it. She would find it scandalous, but Mary loved scandal, and she would enjoy the idea of her older sister being a deviant enormously. A deviant? 26 stab wounds. There would be a chance of a deviant. For fuck's sake, Carter.
You'd be surprised, but maybe they could accept it.
If being introduced as your lover would be too much hassle, you could always start as friends, acquaintances.
But that would make it sound like I'm ashamed of being with you. I'm not. I'm not ashamed one little bit.
Oh, Laurie. You're a girl after my heart.
I thought you had it.
Good point.
Mary's bound to ask you stupid questions, but don't mind her too much. We never do.
I believe you mentioned it before.
Is she your
opportunistic, money-grubbing sister?
That's right. She was quite catty, but she's such an airhead, her opinions don't amount to anything much. She goes to church like the rest of us, but doesn't understand any of the services.
Why does she bother going then?
His mother expected of us, and Mary likes the vicar of a local parish a lot.
Too much?
Definitely.
No. To a gasping mock scandal, Lorena giggled.
She's very fond of him, though she's almost 30 years her senior, and already engaged to God. Mary doesn't care. She's like that.
Your younger sister sounds most amusing. I really must meet your family now.
Actually, I already told them about you.
What'd you say? Anything flattering?
Not at first, but my opinion changed over time. There's one thing, though.
What?
I think your name is Tilly.
Why, Tilly?
I didn't know how to spell your name, and I thought you'd make fun of me if I asked.
Tahua giggled. That's fine.
Though,
I think your family might get something of a shock when they realize Tilly isn't a fair-haired English rose, but an oriental orchid.
It's not like something... It's like something out of a romance novel.
You are sappy. Also very sappy. I just wish I had more family I could share with you. All I have is my mother. Oh? Little bit. This is perhaps the most oblique reference to Tao Hua has ever made to her own past. Marina would have been a fool to gasp at it. But the principal had done with Rapunzel's waxen braid. She might never get another chance. If you don't mind, would you tell me about them? My family? Yes, I've told you about mine, and my sisters, and Mary's incorrigible lust for men of the cloth. It isn't just men of the cloth. Lust is for everyone. You can't leave her alone for 2 minutes. Yo, she's ayo, Pan and her bi. I don't often talk about my past, but seeing as you ask so politely, how could I refuse? My mother was born in London and lived there her whole life. She was a very English woman. Her name was Willifred, for goodness sake.
For goodness sake.
And she had no interest in the world beyond London's walls. Well, that might not be entirely true. Perhaps she had some vague interest once upon a time, but her job took it away from her. She worked as a barmaid in London tavern located near the docks. She met a sailor from all over the world. She met sailors from all over the world. Europe, the Americas, and even further afield. And that was probably enough adventuring for her. Why did she need to explore when so many men were happy to share their stories with her? A lot of them, I think, were far too happy, overtly eager. I don't think my mother was a very pretty woman, but she was a woman, and that's enough for most men to start showing off. They talked and talked and talked, always about themselves, while my mother nodded and smiled and tried not to yawn. Until she met my father. This sounds rather romantic, and I suppose it was in a way. But I never understood my mother's and father's relationship. My father was the first Oriental man mother had seen. Started working by the docks, and she was interesting, I suppose. He was, after all, a rarity. My father wasn't a talkative man, though. He was quite dissimilar to the other customers my mother served, not just because of his ethnicity. Even if he had been one to boast about himself, which I don't think he was, he wouldn't have been able to. He didn't speak enough English to swipe the absolute basics. He was very quiet. Not taciturn or shy, but he didn't like drawing attention to himself. Now that I think about it, it was quite unfortunate. His unusual appearance meant he couldn't help but draw attention, whether he wanted to or not. Anyway, somehow, I'm not exactly sure how, my mother was drawn to this peculiar man. He'd spent several years being propositioned by sailors and were expected to fall for one herself, but not after a series of heartbreaks. But I suppose love works in mysterious ways. It must, because my parents ended up married. I never understood why when I was a child, and I still don't. Not entirely. They couldn't really converse with one another, and their backgrounds were incredibly different. I doubt they had much in common. Neither did they have any extenuating qualities that would be appealing in a partner. My mother wasn't pretty, and my father wasn't rich. I didn't see what either hoped to gain from their relationship. Moreover, my father was a sailor. He earned a living on merchant boats, traveling between countries to sell goods. There was no chance for the two of them to develop their romance, because she was always away. There was no way for their love to blossom. One second. I used to ask my mother about it, and she would smile and sit me on her knee and say, Love? Love is a strange thing. And you know, you just know. Nothing else matters. I remember once, when I was being especially difficult, I tried to chat to my mother about her unusual life choices. I don't remember what I said, but the conversation went something like this. A child! But, you can't have a conversation about the simplest things. You can't even complain about the weather. What do you even talk about? What else is there to talk about? You raise a good point, little Tao. That love isn't very logical. I think it's stupid. You'll understand when you get older. I don't think I want to. So, you're going to be an unmarried maid? You're going to be an unmarried maid forever? I'm considering it. Don't be daft. You're still young. You have all the time in the world. If I ever looked at a man the way you look at father, I'd have to gut myself. No, Mrs. If I hadn't married your father, you wouldn't have been alive. I'll be having less of your cheek, thank you very much. She had a point. Though my parents' relationship was a continuing source of communal gossip, there was no doubt their love was true. If it wasn't, they wouldn't be able to sire a daughter between them. I inherited most of my looks from my father, my eyes, my mother. The other children in the neighborhood used to tease me, but my mother said I was beautiful. She said I was her darling, her little peach blossom, and if my peers thought I looked strange, they were dreadfully unimaginative and boring. Alright, good night. Thank you again for the raid. Hope you have a lovely sleep. And thank you again for sticking by for a while. Bye-bye! Rest well. Though it was quite, I thought it was quite a thing for my mother to say, as her imagination stopped dead at the signs of the bade. You entry to London. At the signs that bade you entry to London. I didn't quite say that. In retrospect, I think that just proves just how much my mother loved my father. She loved him so dearly that this serious, no nonsense, feisty, patriotic woman could put aside her devotion to the Queen and dote upon her peculiar, only half English daughter. Wait a second, what is this? So was my childhood with a mother. I didn't see my father very often. He was out at sea for the months on end, and when he came back, it was only for a handful of weeks. He's a hazy figure in my mind. Didn't leave much of an impression, particularly given he was so quiet. When he was around, we barely had cause to speak to one another, and I can count the numbers of times we spoke to me in English on one hand. Maybe he was embarrassed. You were married to my mother, and on and off and out and out Englishwoman for 8 years at this point. For 8 years at this point, and though he picked up enough of language to have a conversation, he sometimes got the words mixed up. He did, however, converse with me in Mandarin. He told me about some of my family back in China, and his sister, Mai Li, who had stolen sweet potatoes from the farmer's field near you, and his aunt Jie, who had such pretty feet. She had been courted by the son of a nobleman, and his mother, Lan, who had wanted grandchildren for years and would be so happy to know that I existed. Their little peach blossom, their miracle child. And then my father died when I was 9, and nobody spoke to me in Mandarin after that. I can't speak Mandarin myself, but I must have been able to when I was younger, because I could more or less understand what my father told me. Bits and pieces, here and there. Sometimes I would even reply in turn. Our conversations were never very long, and I think I must have made a lot of mistakes, because my father would smile and look amused more often than not. But I made an effort. I tried. And when I tried, I could always make him understand. But I don't remember a thing now. All the words I used to know have disappeared. That's what happens when you live in England your whole life. You forget who you are, and things, even the important things, start to slip away. The only Mandarin I can remember is my own name, Tao Hua, Peach Blossom. My mother was distraught when my father died. She loved him a lot. He loved him more than I ever did, and more than I ever could understand. I don't think I was very supportive. Though I was only 9 years old, I'd like to think I was more mature than I really was. I wasn't that upset about my father's death myself, and I thought I was very smart and clever for not being in floods of tears like my poor mother. I used to talk to her like a tiny schoolmistress and say, all kinds of thoughtless things. Despite being so young, I was horribly blunt.
Why are you so sad? He was never around much anyway. You didn't seem that upset about it then.
Because I always knew he was going to come back.
For months and months. Not for months and months.
Not for months and months, no, but I knew he would return eventually, and then that was enough. I trusted him, I loved him, and now... But I never figured out what would happen now. I started to cry. I didn't know what to say. So I gave my mother a hug and tried to sing her something to cheer her up. It wasn't one of the Chinese lullabies my father had sung. Because the 2 weeks, I'd already forgotten everything. But something more familiar. Probably Juanita. Though I suppose it didn't matter what I sang. It didn't make a difference. My father was still dead. My mother continued to cry. And that was just how my life went. Then, after mourning for a couple of weeks, my mother decided a change was in order. She said now that the father was dead, she could no longer continue to work in this dingy tavern by the docks. I don't want to meet any more sailors, she told me. It would hurt too much. I think what she really meant was, it would hurt too much if she happened to meet more men who looked like my father. More men sailors from the Orient were coming out to our docks. And though Asian men had been a rarity in London only a decade since, they were not exactly commonplace, but they were no longer so very few and far between. It must have been painful for mother when she saw the Asian man about the docks. She would hold her hands and pray and hope that it might be my father, returned from his unmarked grave and rest in the middle of the ocean. But it never was. It wasn't possible. And so, her hopes faded. With a sword, hurt heart, she had to leave. My mother, who's always been strong-willed, even in the face of despair, had to seek employment elsewhere. And that's when I met Miss Whittier. Miss Whittier, or Pamela, as she asked me to call her, I never did. It was a kindly woman who lived in Richmond. Her family had been a wealthy one, but a handful of grandfathers and great-grandfathers with gambling problems had frittered most of their money away. Lady Whittier was by no means poor, but she lived a humble life for a woman who bore the title of a lady. Her home was a modest one, and she kept only a handful of servants. Perhaps you could call her a second or third-class lady, but she was always first class to me. My mother began to work as a housemaid for Lady Whittier, and she was good at her job. She was a hard worker. Lady Whittier never complained about her, and again, if you heard Lady Whittier complain about anything, she was the sort of woman who tried to find the good in everything and everyone. It was this attitude of hers which probably led to the further decline of her family. But that is a story for it later. How could I judge her when her kindness afforded me so many opportunities? My mother took me to work with her, you see. This was an unusual thing for me to do, and perhaps it was overstepping the boundaries, but she did so all the same. My mother had become exceedingly concerned with my welfare following the death of my father. When she went to work, leaving me home alone, it was always with a dreadful amount of anxiety. You will go to bed early, won't you? Draw the curtains, keep the lights off, and if somebody knocks at the door, I won't go off with a strange man, I promise. I thought my mother's concern was trifling. I never said that she always went through this with me before she left for work. She'd think I was stupid. I might have been a young girl, but I was sensible. I could take care of myself. I showed my mother as much when she first asked me to accompany her to Lady Whittier's. I can't. I'm not the one working as a maid. You are. But you're my daughter. I can't leave you at home on your own. You did when you worked at the tavern. It was different. The tavern wasn't so far away from our house. It still didn't like leaving you. That never bothered you before Father died. I was alone then too. It just isn't the same. Now stop arguing, come along. Ember frowning, sorry at my mother. Challenging eyes.
I was just thinking that you look like the sort of person who would enjoy one of our fairy kiss chillers.
It was a difficult age. I was at a difficult age. Though you'll probably say I am always been difficult. I didn't back down during arguments. People say I've always been difficult. I didn't back down during arguments. Not even with my own mother.
But that you were here. I've explained everything, the situation to her. I'm sure there'll be no trouble. If you sit quietly in a corner and don't break anything. As if I would. I'm not clumsy.
Good. I told her that. I said you were a very well-behaved little girl. Said she was very fond of little girls. Particularly well-behaved ones. I tried to reply, but I soon saw that there was no point. My mother had always asked for Lady Whittier's permission. Already asked for Lady Whittier's permission. I suppose it would be fine, but it didn't seem proper for May to bring her child along with her employer's house. Isn't that something they say? Isn't that something they say shouldn't mix work and family? Or maybe it's bear spirits. Well, let's set that aside for now. I was only a young child at the time, but it was serious about everything. I cared a great deal about good manners and making favorable first impressions. Maybe that's because ever since I can remember, people have always been judging me. Even those who are too polite to say that they are judging me do it. That's how people are. I need to go dehydrate. I'll be back in a minute. Hold on a second. Be right back. My return. Who is this funny-looking barbarian girl? She's got to be English. That's what I imagine most people think when they first see me. With my obsession with social etiquette, a desire, perhaps, to prove my Englishness to everyone. I didn't want others to sneer at me or scorn me. Oh, but I've since stopped caring. It requires too much effort. In many cases, it's not possible to change what others think of you, no matter how hard you try. Not if they have already resolved to dislike you. I was anxious about meeting Lady Whittier, though my mother was reassured. It reassured me. I thought she would be a proud, haughty woman, sitting in an overstuffed armchair that smelt of camphor and lavender, very expensive jewels. She was a lady after all. I thought being a lady sounded very proper indeed, and more than mildly terrifying. How could a lady let a girl like me into her house? The dirty-faced children on the streets mocked me, and she would surely be far worse. Maybe she liked little girls, particularly well-behaved ones. But would she like a little girl like me, in my ill-fitting clothes, my foreign features? I can remember the day my mother first took me to Lady Whittier's house vividly. She might as well have been taking me to see the Queen of Buckingham Palace. My mother combed my hair extensively till it crackled and then tied it back to do plaits. She made me wear my sundress, my Sunday best, a demure green dress, usually reserved for church, and even bought me new stockings. She attacked my church shoes too, with spit and blackening, until they shone so much I could almost see my face in them. Naturally, those preparations made me even more anxious. Stop shifting, my little peach blossom. I can't fix your hair if you keep moving like that. But it tickles. You never usually clean when style your hair. You usually style it for church. Church in the rare times my father returned home, which was now an event. He would never be coming back. The sea had swallowed him. Yes, well, I want you to look presentable for Lady Whittier. I wouldn't want her to think we come from the slums. Might as well. This comment was enough to earn me a rap upon the head with the back of the hairbrush. It stung. Don't be like that, Tao Hua. Don't be like that, Tao Hua. Try and be more positive, please. Smile. I don't like smiling. You should smile all the same. Lady Whittier is being very considerate, letting you into her home. You should at least show your appreciation. And that's why I have to wear my church clothes. Is Lady Whittier even more important than God? Don't be ridiculous, Tao Hua. You have to do being ridiculous. This woman isn't a deity. Goodness. What am I going to do with you? Let me say here, please. That isn't an option. Why not? Because you're already nice and dressed up. Now it's still. My mother sighed and brushed out half my finished braid. Then, in an act of divine punishment, she had to tie it even more tighter than before. She worked my hair with such fervor, she hurt my scalp. You young lady. She looped one section of my hair up over another, and third beneath that. While acting like a little madame. Don't show me up. Don't you dare. Yet I didn't. I was so anxious I could hardly even breathe. But as it soon transpired, my words were in vain. Lady Whittier was nothing like I had imagined. She was not like my father. In fact, she was far superior. Though my mother took me to church every Sunday, I never once met him, tried dressing in my best clothes for his benefit. Lady Whittier, however, was a physical being I could put a face to. And what a dear face she had. Oh, a little lady. A little lady! Look at her! She was sitting on an overstuffed armchair when I met her, as I had feared, and the air was thick with a sickly floral aroma. The woman herself was soft and kind. Her hair was grey, tied in a very sensible bun. Her eyes were soft blue and roomy, like forget-me-nots. Her hands were knotted too. Her flesh was loose and saggy, but she smiled such a comforting smile. It was impossible not to like her. I think she stole my heart by the moment I laid eyes on her. Oh, my. She rose from her chair, the creaking of her limbs, and crossed that carpet to meet me. You must see Miss Tao Hua. Winifred told me about you. She said you were quite a pretty little girl, about this high, but she didn't do you justice. Even more charming than I imagined. I was a shy girl, but this phrase was so unexpected, my face flushed. I think you even tried to hide behind my mother's back. My mother, dressed in the smart yet simple regalia of a maid, smiled and pushed me forward, much like a stage manager encouraging a shy ballerina. Say hello, Taohua. Go on. Hello. Come now, Taohua. That's no way to greet Lady Whittier. You should at least look her in the eyes. Unless it's like manners from an early age. Of course I knew that. But I thought I simply couldn't. The cup was far more interesting. I was aiming for a real flesh and blood lady. I didn't know what to do. Taohua! Mama's voice began low and warning, but I still couldn't lift my head. All I could do was flounder. I apologize, Miss Whittier. My daughter isn't usually like this. I never once pecked her as shy. And I wasn't shy. Not really. Shy wasn't the right word. I was overwhelmed. Fortunately, Lady Whittier seems not to mind my reticence. In fact, it made her chuckle. It's quite alright, dear. Are you sure? She hasn't caused any offence, has she? Ah, sweet young thing like that. Hardly. I think I'm going to get on rather well with this girl. She's so very pretty. She's like a doll. Her hair is so glossy and black. I tied it up myself. You did an excellent job. Part of me does wonder if, at first, Lady Whittier saw me as some kind of exotic plaything, an oriental doll. I'm sure standing beside her mother, my almond-shaped eyes and curious skin color made me stand out all the more. Whittier Baker and Li Taohua, the most mismatched mother and daughter you could imagine. If Lady Whittier did see me as nothing more than a living, breathing curio, however, she did not let it show. She continued to smile at me, warmer than ever when she realized my discomfort, and patted me on the head. I never liked being patted on the head, and her fingers were curved and claw-like from arthritis, but her grip was gentle and a ball of all else. Caring. Considerate. I've never seen eyes like this on a little girl before. They're so small and delicate shaped. And the irises, so very green. I think she inherited those eyes from me. Everything else she got from her father. Your husband must be a very attractive man. I'm jealous. Oh, he was, yes. Lady Whittier noticed the past tense and nodded her head. A flash of sympathy spread across her kindly face. It had been almost a month since she had learnt her father's death, but it was still a painful topic to my mother, too painful to talk about really, especially to her employer. Lady Whittier understood this perfectly, as she was wont to doing, and let the subject go. She knew when her prying was unwanted. Her hand fell to the crown of my head and took a few steps backward. I took a few steps backwards. My heart was pounding. Anyway, thank you for allowing me to work here, madam. I will strive to do my best. It is quite all right. You seem like a hard worker, and that's all I really require. As for Lady Taohua, meanwhile, I apologize for bringing her. I couldn't leave her. You see, she won't be any trouble. It's quite all right. Don't apologize. I'm glad, in fact. I did some grandchildren of my own, but my son. Well, Lady Whittier shook her head disappointedly. Didn't elaborate on the subject, and I learnt in time that her only son, Ambrose, had inherited the same lust for gambling that had plagued his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. He was too preoccupied with throwing large sums of money away to settle down with a wife in a holy matrimony. Grandchildren were far at the table.
Anyway, while you busy yourself with the house, Winifred, I wonder if you wouldn't mind terribly if I had a chat with your daughter.
With Tahua?
That's right.
There are no problems, but... My mother stared at Lady Whittier's, her eyes large, as though she couldn't quite believe what she was hearing. I couldn't either. A chat? Why would a lady, even a lady who was not particularly wealthy, want to chat with me? That was no way. There's no way you could just obey her. In fact, though my heart was hammering, my paws were sweating, my knees were weak, my arms were heavy. There was one I sweat already, mom's spaghetti, and I felt sick with nerves. I was almost relieved. I would far rather spend time with Lady Whittier, though chat sounded horribly informal. That then sit silently in the corridor like a statue. I continued to work for Lady Whittier, and I always accompanied her. At first I worried my presence was something of a burden, but I soon discovered Lady Whittier rather enjoyed my little talks. Lady Whittier, you see, was lonely. This was something I concluded after we had spoken 3 or 4 times. Her husband, Reginald, was dead. He had died relatively young, at the age of 41. Alcoholism. He'd loved the bottle more than his wife and son, and it had killed him.
He got what he deserved. I told him to stop enough times,
Lady Whittier told me. That was nothing there was nothing gloating about her tone. She was heartbroken. It was obvious. She must have loved her husband, rake and roseabout, that he was. Because she still had a painting of his in a locket, and she somehow sometimes wore. She had painting on a wall in her parlor too, where we took tea together. I saw that portrait of Reginald Whittier an innumerable amount of times during my earlier years. I still remember what he looked like, even to this day. A tall, proud man, with thick eyebrows and black hair. He didn't look like the sort of person who would drink and drink and drink until he collapsed onto a street corner. But there you are. You can never judge a book by its cover. Reginald, and a rather poor husband, and Lady Whittier's son, Ambrose, determined to follow his father's footsteps. Lady Whittier had seen her son for had not seen her son for 20 years. If he had not sent her the occasional letter asking for money, she would not have known whether he was alive or not. You would think, given Ambrose was no longer a child, he would have had more shame, but apparently not. Maybe it was, in part, Lady Whittier's fault, though I felt ashamed for leveling such an accusation against her. Her kindness, after all, had a momentary effect on me. It shaped my life for the better. But it was not the same for Ambrose. Lady Whittier had spoiled her son from the day he was born. Perhaps she had hoped he would one day come to love her for it. Her husband, It's reckless and unreliable. And who else would she have to dote on her in her old age? Her good Count Reginald. So Lady Whittier lavished gifts upon her son when he grew older. She sent his money without hesitation, whether he demanded it. She thought that was the best way to show her love and affection towards him, and earn him in return. She thought if she ensured he wanted for nothing, he would have no choice but to love her. She was wrong. Ambrose took her love for granted and exploited it. He had no intentions of returning home, and no desire to care for his aged mother. Lady Whittier was left all alone in a large house, nobody save for a few servants for company. At least, until she met me. I talked to Lady Whittier a great deal. Perhaps would it be more accurate to say that she talked to me? I prefer to listen. The stories she told me were always interesting, and I enjoyed hearing them. She told me about her childhood, and how she met Reginald, and how happy she had been on her wedding day, and how disappointed she had been every day since. She was a cultured woman, from a wealthy background, and she told me about the arts too. Plays, and operas, and ballet. I especially liked hearing her about opera.
Oh, your passion for music? How charming. It's rare to find such young girls who enjoy the opera. Well,
I frowned, setting my cup of jasmine tea down on the saucer. The face of Reginald Whittier, staring down at me, proud and haunting. This was before he had drunk himself to death.
To be honest, I've never been to the opera before. I find it intriguing, though. Oh my. I apologize, Towel. I should have thought. Obviously, going to an opera is something of a luxury. I've become so used to it on the conversations. I almost thought.
She didn't say it. She would never say it. I knew she was thinking.
I almost thought you were like me.
But I wasn't. We would never have been equals. We were far apart. Not only in age, but in social standing. I sank down in my chair, as low as good manners would have permitted me, and lifted my lap. My cheeks turned light pink. Lady Whittier, however, was not to be deterred. She smiled courageously, rubbing her rosy old hands together, like a fairy godmother might before granting a wish.
Well, we'll rectify that. Chiudita Pasta is currently starting as Media in Covent Garden. I would have meaning to attend. I've been meaning to attend for quite some time. There's nothing more rousing than Italian opera, and Media's stories are so tragic. I'm sure you will enjoy it. But I couldn't accompany you, madam. Money alone? Money's no object. I have enough money to be getting on with. Not so much at once. I had not as much as I once had, but enough. It doesn't make me happy. And it doesn't make me happy. Introducing a lovely young girl like you to the world of opera, however, would make me very happy indeed. I always wanted to take my husband to Ensona, but they never appreciated the arts like I do. They say it was fanciful stuff for women. They didn't have to give it a chance. They never just realized just how passionate it could be. Well, if you're sure, I wouldn't want to intrude. Yes, I'd intrusion. You would never intrude upon me, my dear Tao Hua. Only the last few months I have grown very fond of you.
And Lady Whittier saw one of the loud one of her calm, reassuring smiles, which led me to believe this really was fine. And the daughter of a household and a housemaid could go to Covent Garden and watch Giudita Pasta with a nobleman. It was the most natural thing in the world. So I attended Media with Lady Whittier and watched as Giudita Pasta threw her all into the world, that of a tormented woman turned mad with love who murdered her own children. I think Media might have been a bit of an intense opera to such a young girl too, but I loved it. Just as Lady Whittier said, it's passionate. It made me think and feel, and though I couldn't understand the words because it was all in Italian, it touched something inside my heart. Though the tragic events unfolded on stage, and I knew they weren't real, I felt myself being drawn into it regardless. It must have been because of the music. That was what hooked me. I've been in love with the opera ever since. After Media, Lady Whittier took me to see plays, concerts, even the ballet, but there was nothing I remember more fondly than the opera. I met so many colorful characters, and they have all stayed with me ever since. Semiramide? Senarontal? Tristan? Isolde. I'm forgetting myself. My mother, as you might expect, was delighted by this development. She was positively giddy at the thought of her little girl going to an opera with Lady Whittier. She would kiss my cheek, pat me on the head, and say, I always knew you were a charming girl, and you certainly have worked. You're magic on Lady Whittier. She loves you. She just wants to have company, that's all. Yes, yes. But don't you realize the significance of this? I got to expand my knowledge of the Italian arts. That's you, but if she likes you that much, our futures will be secured. I fail to see how. Think about it logically, dear. Her will, what might she leave in her will? This seemed positively shameless of me, but my mother was just being practical. She wasn't a conniving woman, neither was she trying to swindle Lady Whittier. This is all down to the machinations of fate. And if fate had sent her a gift horse, mother had no reason to look it in the mouth. I can see she was being sensitive now, but I bristled with the indignation at the time. I hated to think that I might somehow be complicit in a scheme to defraud Lady Whittier of her money. Her husband and son had already been bled dry. I wanted no part in it. So what if she left me anything in her will? I wouldn't accept it. I would refuse. I've always had a lot of pride. That is, until Lady Whittier showed me the violin. It was shortly after we saw Media together, and Lady Whittier, perhaps, inspired by a sudden burst of nostalgia, began to tell me a story.
When I was younger, around your age, or perhaps a year or so older, I wanted to be a musician myself.
I blinked at Lady Whittier. Whittier. Over my cup of tea, fingers thread oh so demurely throughout the handle. I've taken tea with Lady Whittier for so long. I've learned the correct way to hold my utensils, and it was very prim and proper about my manners. I was all fully snobby, despite coming from such a poor family.
Did you write an opera like Media? Who? Me? Write an opera? Goodness gracious, no! I'm too English.
Perhaps have a point. L'Heritier laughed, peering at her reflections in a teacup.
Composition is not a suitable pastime for women. That's what I was told from an early age. It would cause too much excitement, unbalance the humors, or, oh no, I were composed.
What, you could play?
Yes, I did play. My instrument of choice was the violin.
Now how lovely. Violins are so elegant.
I thought so too. I was inspired by a portrait we had in our home of a young girl in the white dress, holding a fiddle. The girl in the picture looked so divine. I wanted to be like her too. I begged and pleaded my father for a violin of my own. In a most unladylike manner, my father was a bit perturbed by my earnestness and thinking it would be a passing fancy, refused. I was devastated. At some point, however, he must have had a change of heart, and after a trip to Italy, he returned home with the most unexpected gift.
Your very own violin?
That's right. My very own violin. It was a pretty little object made in Cremona.
The Whittier smiled, perhaps expecting the secrets of this world to go over my head, and explained further.
That is where all the best violins are made. Stradivari himself. Yeah, from Cremona. Though this wasn't in Stradivarius. Nevertheless, it served me well, and it made my girlhood very happy indeed.
Oh goodness! I forgetting myself, and all flustered with excitement, clasped my hands together. I wanted so badly to see her violin. It was like a physical ache. It hurt. I believe this is the only time in my life I'd ever pleaded with anybody. I put out myself.
Do you still have it?
Do you? Lady Whittier you looked displeased by my question. I think she was amused. She chuckled. Her face was so joyous. She looked 10, no 20 years younger. It made me wonder, if I watched her, whether she had made similar expression upon receiving the violin from her father more than half a century ago.
As a matter of fact, I do still have it. It's worth a pretty penny now, but I could never sell it. That violin was my dearest friend as a young girl. It was been my most steadfast companion throughout my adult life.
And do you still play it?
Sadly, no. I couldn't do it justice now. Note these narrowed fingers.
I'm sure it would sound beautiful all the same. Lady Whittier shook her head.
Trying to play it now would be a disgrace to the music. I used to be able to make. I wouldn't want to taint the memory of my childhood days.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I hung my head, disappointed. I didn't know what to say. I had so wanted to hear Lady Whittier play the violin too. But that was the end of the matter. In fact, it was only just the beginning.
However, just because I can't play the violin doesn't mean nobody else can.
What? I stared, hardly daring to believe a few minutes. I think I quite forgot how to blink. I sat there, dumbly, frozen like a doll.
Then you don't. That is correct. Why don't you try it, Tawa?
But I thought a violin is precious to you.
And it would be even more precious if another girl is able to find joy in it, like I did. I had to think of it being locked away without any purpose, only capable of gathering those instruments are created to be played, and you have such long, lovely fingers. If anybody was made to play violin, you were. But I never played before, and I should teach you. You really could? Oh, it's been several years. I remember the basics.
And Lady Whittier smiled, and the corners of her eyes turned crumpled.
I've always wanted to share my passion with somebody else. Is that what love is all about?
I didn't say a word. I couldn't. She was right, I think. She'd never been more right about anything else. Despite Lady Whittier's words, I was not a natural violinist in the beginning. The noises I croaked out of the violin were hideous. They brought the mind not of the soaring of a bird on a track in the wind, but of cats screeching and yowling on rooftops. Still, I was not to be deterred. Neither was Lady Whittier. Well, gave us something new to bond over, and we laughed together at my failures and celebrated my minor successes. Despite Lady Whittier's words, I was not a natural violinist. I heard earlier. Still, over time, my playing became better and better until after a year or so of almost daily lessons, I was able to procure national music from that violin. Sorry. I couldn't tell you how happy I felt when I was first able to complete my first proper piece of music. Corelli's La Folia, if you're interested, without a single mistake. I was so happy, I could have cried. In fact, I think Lady Whittier did cry a little bit. Her rheumy old eyes beaded with sentimental tears. She wiped them away with a handkerchief. I pretend that I haven't seen it. I feel I haven't seen. I think it might have been embarrassing for her. But I knew how much that violin meant to her, and music too. I could tell, and it warmed my heart. I spent several years with Lady Whittier, coming to her home every day when my mother sat about her work. Time passed, and things changed. We grew closer and closer. They grew a grandmother and granddaughter. As I grew taller, Lady Whittier complimented me, said I was growing up to be a very handsome girl indeed. In turn, I made Lady Whittier presents for her birthday each year, a lavender stuffed pillow or a hand-sewn tea corset. There weren't good presents by any stretch of imagination, but my long, slender fingers I've always been hopeless at sewing. But Lady Whittier delighted in them. She used that pillow every day until she, well, it happened around the time of my 14th birthday. Lady Whittier fell ill. I'm not sure what it was that she suffered from. But it had been a very cold winter. Too cold, perhaps, for her constitution. She failed her constitution save. He said her constitution save. I'm very sorry. It's a shame. She had to retreat to her bed, and there she lay for several weeks, growing grayer and skinnier. Her body was thinning away. Even her hair seemed thin. It was almost as though she was disappearing, like mist, right before my very eyes. A physician came to tend her, but She had no advice to give other than bracing sea air. Sadly, she's far too ill to go to the seaside. Her maids are worried that it was an attempt to move her would worsen her condition. Maybe they also feared, not illogically, because she really was unwell, that the slightest touch would break some crucial component inside her, and she would never recover. I sat by her bedside during this period and held her hand and fed it. Their claw-like fingers had seized up every even further. Their nails dug into the backs of my hands, so it hurt. I blinked. She blinked up at me with dreamy eyes, pale, blue, peculiarly watery, and tired smile. She looked like even smile. She looked like even smiling hurt. It looked like even smiling hurt, not she. It looked like.
Taohua, thank you for coming to see me.
It's no problem. You don't need to thank me.
But I must. I can't imagine spending time with this sickly old lady is fun for a pretty young lady like you.
Lady Whittier laughed. It sounded dry and wheezy.
You're of the age where you should be courting young men, not whiling your time away with me.
Don't say that. Don't be silly. I shook my head. My throat started to convulse.
I want to spend time with you. You're important to me. Taohua, you're such a sweet thing. I apologize.
Don't apologize. I'm sure you'll be all right. That's what I told her. Though I'd never been less sure about anything in my life. Still, I had to try. I could hardly tell her she was going to die. I didn't want her to die. I didn't want her to die. Not Lady Whittier. She had grown to mean so much to me over the years. She had done so much to me, and I think it was only for her sake. Beyond that, I tried to convince her of her good health.
It's probably just a cold. We'll give it time, and you'll go away, and you'll be all right as rain.
I tried to sound sure of my diagnosis. My voice trembled. It was obvious I was scared. I knew that she wasn't going to make it, and Lady Whittier knew too. She tried to be kind, the wrinkles of her corners of her mouth falling in one another, and squeezed my hand. It was almost like she was trying to console me.
Thank you, Taohua. I think I feel your touch better now.
That was a lie. Lady Whittier was selfless right until the end. She always put the welfare of others before her. That was why her husband had seen fit to go out and get drunk every night, and why her son, if I ever met her son, I swear I'll give her the good of talking to, let her dry with her life-saving until she had only stardust left. She was too selfless. Maybe that was what killed her in the end. The doctor said it was respiratory problems. She just kept giving and giving and giving until she had nothing left to give. Okay. We're almost done. I should probably go grab some food. I want to go do that. I want to get some food and bring it back and we continue. So I'll be back in like a few minutes. Never mind, I don't need to make dinner yet. We're good. Never mind, we don't need to make dinner yet. I lied. We're not going anywhere. We're continuing. Lol. It has cured in the end. But the doctor said it was respiratory problems. Just kept giving and giving and giving until she had nothing left to give. Even at her final moments, she was there for me. She only had one request to make of me during those troubled weeks. Fraught with anxiety, I watched over her and tried to stem my own tears.
Tauhua, dear. I don't want to impose upon you, but it's fine. You can ask anything to me. I'll do it.
It was true, too. If you told me to bite off the tip of my own tongue, I would have complied in a heartbeat if I thought it might make her better. It wouldn't, of course, but one can always hope.
Well then, as you know, I've always loved hearing you play the violin. There's nothing purer in this world than music, and the music you played brought me joy like nothing else. But not a professional. There are others, many others, who are far more talented than I am. There are always others more talented than we are, Tauhua, but I don't care about that. I like hearing you play because you are you, and you're dear to me.
The Twitch's head, withering, old fingers impressed themselves softly against the back of my hand, brushing my skin. I shivered.
You're like the granddaughter I never had. The granddaughter I always wanted, in fact. You are my beloved granddaughter. These last few years spent with you have been the happiest year of my life. Please, I just want to hear you play one last time.
The Lady Whittier. Whittier. I had never heard her sound so defeated before. Was it a last request? Had she already given up, given in on her to her fate? I bit my lower lip. The color drained from my face. For a few moments, I childishly thought about refusing. If I didn't play, I reasoned she wouldn't be able to die. She couldn't. Instead, she would hang on and she would let me play as much as she wanted. If she wanted, and she sat in the parlor drinking tea in a warm summer afternoon. But I knew there was no time for that. She had no time left. The grandfather clock in the corner of her room ticked. The seconds slowly, always slower. Seconds away slowly. One less second, Lady Whittier had on earth. The coal was in her bones. It was eating away on the inside, turning her internal organs into sand. This was all she had left. These last few fleeting moments, she pleaded with me, her honorary granddaughter, to give her some comfort in her last moments. Nobody else had given her anything to her before. They'd been too selfish. They'd concerned with themselves and this proud, noble lady. I knew I had to. Then my eyes were filling with tears. My chest hurt. I was the only one who could. All right, I'll play for you. Oh, Tao Hua, my dear child. And her smile was so serene. Her eyes were soft, that it almost made this moment of tragedy seem like something beautiful. The final act of an opera. And so, I took up my violin and played. My fingers felt strangely cold despite the warm weather. I fumbled with the bow a few times, but I tried my best. I had to. I owed Lady Whittier that much, after everything she had done for me. Her home had been my home, away from home, and she had been just as dear to me as any relative. In fact, I think I was closer with her than I was with her own mother. I tried to pour all my feelings into my playing, clumsily though it was. I just wanted to let her know how much she meant to me in her final dying minutes. How much I loved her. How much I hoped, though I knew it was probably futile, she would get better, that she would survive. I needed her, after all. I think I needed her even more than she needed me. I hadn't realized how lonely my life had been until she came in. And now, she's going to leave. Exit stage right. I think, while I was playing the violin, tears started to come to my eyes. I couldn't help myself, but still, I continued to play. I tried to play one of Lady Whittier's favorites, more complex violin pieces. Paganotti's 20th Caprice the D major. Lady Whittier died that night. I didn't find out until the next morning, and I went to Lady Whittier's house with my mother. I think I'd known, though, even as I walked across the cobblestone streets to my mother, that this would be it. The end. I would never see her again. It was a cold morning, perfectly suited for my morose mood. The streets were thick with fog, and though the lamps flickered, the light could not quite penetrate through the gloom. It almost felt, as I walked alongside my mother, I was traversing the bottom of an ocean. The people we passed in their thick coats and mufflers not seemed like no other human beings, but fish. The maids let me into Lady Whittier's room because they knew how close we had been, and there I saw her, still and lifeless, but strangely peaceful. I know it's cliché, but she could have been asleep. I wish dearly that she was. I have allowed myself to believe if I could have taken her violin and played her favorite song, she would have just sat up in bed and smiled at me. But that was not to be. I was 14, much too old for such fancies. When people die, they have a depressing tendency to remain dead. It's scientifically proven. Not even galvanizing frogs truly return from the grave. Galvanized frogs. Their twitching is simply the result of the electricity running through their bodies. Lady Whittier did not stir, even when I held her hand the last time, now completely cold. I was kissed against her withered cheek. So, Lady Whittier was dead, and my mother was once more out of a job, and I was horribly, dreadfully lonely. It felt like a real, physical ache, as though there was a thorn buried inside my chest. No matter what I did, I couldn't get it out. There was, however, one small consolation. Lady Whittier left me her violin. She included me in her will. There wasn't a blood relation, no true granddaughter of hers. Our lack of familial ties did not lessen her affections towards me. I was her dear Tao Hua, her peach blossom, what afforded her so much happiness in her old age, and though she had little money left, what money she did have went to her son Ambrose, could at least bequeath me with her most cherished possession. The delightful violin my father had bought in Cremona, all those years ago. And that was not the only thing. Lady Whittier also wrote me a letter. Her handwriting was faint and spidery, as her hand had frozen with sickness and old age combined, but I could reach it regardless. She knew my mother and I would be in need of money, and if I felt it was necessary, I could sell her violin.
A great deal of sentiment are worth to me, but I suppose that will no longer matter when I am gone and dead and gone. Sell it if you must. You should fetch a pretty penny for it, and you and your mother should no longer need to worry about monetary concerns.
But there was more.
I've also been making arrangements for you during the past few months. I knew my end was coming, so I wished to ensure you were cared for as best I could. I don't have too many connections. My dear departed husband was better at making enemies than friends, but I have a passing familiarity with the Leonard family of Shropshire. Louisa Leonard and I are related. She's my niece, and I believe she has been looking for a parlour maid for quite some time. Unfortunately, or fortunately perhaps, she is also rather picky, and the process has been taking a long time. I think Louisa and I told Louisa I had met the most extraordinary young girl with grace and dignity, much suited for the role. She seemed interested in making your acquaintance. If you were in need of a job, I am sure Louisa would be only too happy to accommodate you. The wages would be higher than that of a mere scullery maid, and you would have room and board. Louisa has always been a touch obsessed with the exotic, shall we say, and I imagine she will like you being so pretty and unusual. I fear she will see you as something mildly diverting rather than the intelligent young woman that you are, but it will not be too taxing a job. If any event, you should do that. What do you think is best? I want to see you flourish in the future, my little peach blossom. You've been so much to me. In my own way, though. You may not realize it, but I just want to return the favor.
She was always trying to return favors, Lady Whittier, even until the end. Even though, as I wish I could have told her, she never had the chance. I was the one who should have been thanking her. I really did love her. I loved her so dearly. And I never got a chance to tell her. Temple fell silent. The head bowed. Marina took this as a sign that the older woman had finished. Toa's eyes looked a touch less vibrant than usual, muted perhaps, with ushered tears, and she was staring at the bottom of Marina's head, dumbly, brow furrowed. She looked so troubled, so vulnerable, so exposed, as Marina was tempted to pull her close and kiss her. She wanted to kiss Tauha all over, her eyelids and cheeks and the corner of her lips. She was too beautiful not to, but Marina couldn't. Cowed by Tauha's unexpected honesty and the raw emotion in her voice, when she was recounting her tale. All Luna could do was regard her anxiously. She frowned.
Telhua, are you alright?
This question seemed to be enough to bring Telhua back to her senses. She had momentarily taken leave of her. She smiled a wavery, watery smile, and gave a brief nod. Thank you for your concern, my little Lori, but I'm fine. You don't look very fine, and that is a very rude thing to say to a lady such as I, Lorena Rowe. Telhua gave Lorena pulled aside her finger. Lorena squeaked obligingly. The young mermaid's eyes widened with shock, for she hadn't expected this sudden attack after such sentimental an interlude. And Telhua began to giggle.
But why'd you do that?
Because the atmosphere was growing rather heavy, and I don't want to cry. It would be unseemly.
You have me in much more. You have seen me in much more unseemly positions. It's not fair. It's only fair I should get to watch you shed one or two tears.
Oh my! I didn't realize you were a follower of the Said.
Who?
Don't worry your pretty little head about it, dear.
It's very annoying when you talk like that.
I know it is, but you love me all the same.
I wish you didn't.
I'm sorry, my little Lori, but I'm far too wonderful to not love. Luna pouted.
You don't need to put up an act after all this time. You can open up to me. If you want. I'll be here for you. Isn't that what being in a,
Luna's face reddened. Merely saying the word was embarrassing. But it sent a tremor of undisturbed, unblemished happiness rippled through her body, the likes of which she had never felt before.
In a relationship is all about.
Luna finished, somewhat shyly, to have observed her cute companion, with her soft skin and dewy eyes, and smiled. She couldn't help herself. My little Lori, you are perfect.
I'm not at all. I have a terrible temper, but I'm bad at letting it out, and I don't always say what I really think, and I'm clumsy and awkward and getting upset easily.
That just means you're passionate. I like that. It's attractive.
Tell her, I really am glad you told me. That you truly trust me.
Of course I trust you, my little Lori. I like you rather a lot.
Good. Let's keep liking each other. Please?
Of course, Pet. It's a deal.
A binding contract?
Mephistopheles himself could do no worse.
Both Mephistopheles?
Close enough. Telhua kissed the top of Lorena's head, cuddled her nose, and cuddled her close. The sound of Telhua's heartbeat fluttered inside the shell of Lorena's ear. Perhaps it was this kiss that prompted Lorena's yawn.
Sleepy? A bit. I had quite a stressful evening.
I can only imagine.
Well,
no need to worry about that for much longer. Mother Lori, I'll take care of you. I have the means.
Yes, but after everything you said, can you really sell your violin? It must mean so much to you. And Lady Luthier too.
It does, but I think Luthier, no. Pamela would prefer it this way. Show me in that letter that she wanted me to be happy. And I haven't been truly happy for almost 15 years.
You worked here for that long?
The money is good, and I want for nothing. Even if Lady Constance is a royal pain in the posterior.
Then you really are old. You're a good deal older than me.
How rude. You shouldn't talk that way at a lady's age. Yeah. I'm sorry. I just tell Hua. Yes, Lori. I didn't realize you were so ancient. I'm not even that. I'm in my 30s. And I'm not yet in my 20s. Oh, the age comes as a sorrow. It came to you far, far quicker than it did for me. Right, that is it. Don't want to begin to throw. When it pinched Lorena, much more mercilessly, her fingers snickered like spiders, legs against Lorena's neck, beneath her armpits, against her sides. Get off me! Stop it! Or the age of 28 in this case. Luna giggled. Luna glared. Luna glared. Sarah giggled. The two women started to stare at each other. Their bodies pressed, flushing against each other. Their legs tangled before finally Luna caved in. Tried to smile too. How could she help herself when she was so very foolishly, ridiculously in love? I could sell little bit tears violin before. I couldn't sell little bit tears violin before. I was trying too hard to cling on to the past. And my memories of her, the only thing that made me happy. I thought if I could keep her most cherished possession safe, I could keep being happy. And I would make her happy too. But I was wrong. Then raised an eyebrow. How rare. Indeed. It doesn't happen often, but in this case. The Debutier is already dead. You did a lot for me. And I loved her dearly. I still do, in fact, but I can't make a dead woman happy, no matter how I try to honor her memory. It isn't possible. I think it would be far, far better if I to live for myself. A life with you in it, I think, would be the best life of all. So, Lauren, my little boy, what do you think? Would you accompany me into the great unknown? Tiredness had settled upon Lorena once more. Her limbs felt numb and heavy. Merely trying to blink seemed to spend too much energy. She yawned out again, her eyes beaded with tears.
And where's that then?
Well, if I want to take you to the opera, it'd probably be London.
I've never been before.
I'm rather fond of it. I did grow up in London after all. Another yawn.
It's all too soon, but...
What?
Well, I'm not entirely sure what love involves, but I think I would, might love you quite a lot. And I hope to stay by your side no matter what
You?
I want to go with you. I want to stay with you, always.
My Laurie. I want to stay with you too. Always. So saying, Dahua brought her fingers up beneath Florina's chin. Pressed her lips, soft but firm, against those of her dear beloved little Laurie. The 1st of June, Wednesday. The following morning found Lorena in the servants' quarters. That had been her home for the last half a year, but no more. She was going to leave. She would leave with Taofao on a brand new adventure. It was very early. Lorena, tired and groggy though she was, had slipped out to Tao's tender embrace. At 5 o'clock, she pad soft and silent along the darkened hallway into her lodging. The young maid gathered her belongings slowly and carefully, willing the floorboards not to creak beneath her. Luna didn't want the other maids to wake and learn that she was doing Least of all, Pauline. Facing off against the old maid. The older maid, one last time, might not be somewhat satisfying. But Lorena had no interest in such a dramatic farewell. She'd had quite enough belie. All she wanted to do was slip away with the ghost Ada had spoken so fearfully of. Luna didn't have many items to pack. She had precious few possessions to her name, save the clothes on her back. In her hands, it took roughly 3 minutes for Luna to gather up the meager belongings she had amassed in her years: a hairbrush, a few pairs of socks, her scratchy nightgown, a copy of Robinson Crusoe, and that was all. The other maids remained sound asleep for a whole while. Pauline was curled up on herself, snoring softly in her sleep, with her eyes closed, dark lashes matted together, her face smooth, free of wrinkles. She looked younger than usual, much more approachable. Isabel, too, seemed less austere, with her blonde hair let loose. It curled about her face, framing it sweetly. And really still, flat like a board. She was so naturally still and silent, she rather resembled a corpse. Lizelotte, meanwhile, seemed to be dreaming of her beloved Swiss Alps. She murmured under her breath every once in a while,
"Oh, Andermatt, I have missed you so."
Every time she mumbled, Luna's shoulders tensed, but she didn't wake. Luna straightened up, wiped her palms and skirt. She picked up her battered carpet bag and turned, ready to make her studied retreat. But she paused. Something made her halt. She could leave this, could she? It was true she didn't like Isabel and Pauline, but the maids were personable enough. Lizelotte tried to be kind in her own strange Swiss way. Effie was supportive, albeit a touch too aggressive. And for Ada, precious friend Ada.
Sorry.
She exhaled softly. The young maid, with the round, moon-shaped face, sitting at the edge of her bed, her hair tied into 2 steady braids, with little must, and her eyes were bleary black with sleep. To Lorena's surprise, Ada had managed to attire herself in a maid's uniform, despite her half-asleep state. The uniform was crumpled here and there, but Lorena was impressed that Ada's flagged fingers had managed to do up the buttons.
Is it morning already?
It's not. I can sleep a little longer.
But I already got dressed. I was so worried I was late.
Ada stifled a yawn.
If it isn't time to get out, why are you already awake?
I'm packing.
Packing? What for?
I'm going on a journey.
Oh, right.
Ada nodded slowly. She was so tinged with sleep, perhaps she did not fully understand the implications that the ratty carpet bag or the drawing of Lorena's bedside, which had been left slightly ajar.
Is Lady Leonard sending you out to do some errand?
Luna shook her head. As she did, she felt invisible fingers gripping her heart. She never really been good after saying goodbye. She'd been the same 3 years ago when she'd glanced at her family over her shoulders before setting off to the big, wide world.
There's nothing to do with Lady Leonard.
Ada yawned, rubbing her eyes with the back of her hands.
If you go out without her permission, she'll get mad at you. Let her be mad.
It doesn't matter. Not anymore.
Why not?
Ada frowned. She blinked, and then,
"Oh, Laurie!
You're not going away, are you?" Shh! She pressed her index finger against her lips, signaling silence, but it was too late. Lizelotte snuffed her sleep and blinked, and then, when she sat up, disturbing the covers about her body. When she moved, her long blonde hair moved with her. It was so long it caught in the wooden floors, but bedside like a corner.
Ah, it is so early.
Why are you awake, Lorena? I'm going somewhere.
At this time?
Lizard's eyes widened. I have not overslept, have I? No, it's not that. It's fine. Go to sleep. I cannot possibly. The game is afoot. The game is afoot. Wait, 1 second. Wait, I can do this? Can I do this? Oh, can I? Okay. The game is afoot. The game's afoot. So Effie was awake too. How long has she been lying there, privy to the conversation? The game is afoot. Perhaps she'd been awake the whole time, and had only been pretending to sleep. Sometimes Lorena did wonder about that maid. Lorena? Ada peered at Lorena in the dark, her hands clasped together in her front. What's going on? Well... Lorena did her lower lip. I'm leaving Bly, and I'm not coming back. Oh, really? It was Pauline. It seemed the conversation had woken her too. The old maid was sitting at her bed, the covers bunched up against her leg. It was dark. Lorena could see the charismatic smoke of her cruel face. Have you finally been fired for the gross misconduct? It was only a matter of time. Lorena scowled, drawing herself up to a full-light height, as she had wanted to avoid confrontation, and she had wanted to avoid confrontation too. So much for that. No, I've not been fired, actually. Then where are you going? There's nowhere for you to go unless you intend to take refuge in the poorhouse. Oh yes, that would be funny if you think you have been bad here, Lorena. Think when till you go there, they'll work you to the bone. Why? Do you have much experience with the poorhouse, Pauline? Now, we're the one who are asking questions. I have reason to answer them. Maybe not, but Lorena. Yeah, looked at Lorena, imploringly. Her eyes were big and bright. We're friends, aren't we? No, of course we are, Ada. You're one of my best friends here. Then why were you trying to leave without telling me? I thought it'd make you sad. I'd be sadder if I woke up to find you gone. That is correct. I would worry the ghost had snatched you away in the night. Why are you talking about the nonsense again? There are no ghosts in Bly. But there is a devious, underhanded maid who refuses to tell us the truth. I'm not a maid. Not anymore. Then what will you do with yourself? You don't have any real talent. You doubt you'll be able to render service after walking away from Bly. Assuming, of course, you're telling the truth. You haven't been dismissed in disgrace. You can believe what you thought, but I really am going. I've had enough, and as far as I'm going. As far I'm going, exactly. As long as I'm with Taohua, that's more than enough. Taohua? That's Parliament! That's Parliament! How preposterous. It's true. We live together. But two women can't strike out on their own. It's unthinkable. I knew it. Effie smiled to herself in a typical muted, Effie-like manner, and nodded her head. So, is that what your heart told you? I guess so. Oh, Lorena! I am so happy for you. When are you going to get married? Ah! Lydia's cheeks flushed. I don't think that will happen. I don't think that will ever happen. Maybe one day. Oh, Lorena. Effie's like, I know what you are. Because we were one and the same. Lisa and I were fucking. Yes, we were doing the horizontal mambo, as the Americans would say. Yes, it was very hot and steamy. I was the top. Oh, Laurie. Ada sniffled. I'm so glad you're able to talk things with Taha, but is this it? Are you really just leaving? Ada. Lena winced. The fingers ensnared her heart, squeezing a touch tighter. I'm sorry. I should have told you. But it's so sudden. I just found out myself. Did you really hate it here that much, Laurie? There were a great many things I disliked. There was short of political error, Pauline and Isabel.
But I didn't hate it. Not all the time. Made things more bearable. Even Lottie, and even Effie. I pause. But I have to strike out on my own. The world is a big place, and there's more I want to do and see. I don't want to wither away and die. I don't want to stay here, but... Ada, I really will miss you. Oh, Laurie, I'll miss you too. I miss you so much.
With a pained wail, Ada rose to her bed and flung her arms tightly around Lorena's neck. CG. She was soft, warm, and smelt like home. Her plain brown braids tickled Lorena's cheek, but Lorena found she did not care that much. In fact, she rather liked it. You silly girl. If you get upset then, you'll make me feel upset too. Lena sniffed. Already, she had felt a lump forming in her throat. She swallowed it down stubbornly. It has always been a stubborn streak of hers, and let her arms wrap around Ada's waist.
I'm sorry.
You're always apologizing. You're always apologizing.
Because I'm silly like that. I'm silly, like you said. And now I'm emotional. I don't want to annoy you, but this is all so sudden. I don't know what I'll do without you.
Ada, you're stronger than you think.
I am?
Yes. You gave me the strength when I needed it. I'm sorry I had to leave like this. I really am sorry. Not wanting Ada, or indeed any of the other maids, to see her distress, Lorena buried her head against the other maid's shoulder. Her eyes beaded with tears. She? Crying. All of a sudden, the finality of a situation hit Lorena. This would be the last time she could ever cling to Ada for warmth, or smell her soft, slightly doughy smell. This was the last time she'd ever see Ada, and Effie, and Lottie. There was no going back. This really was goodbye. When Lorena finally made it to the gates of Bly, the sun had already risen. The sky was bright blue, almost aquamarine, and dotted here and there with fluttering white clouds. Birds, mostly wrens and chaffinches, trilled and tweeted amongst themselves from the tree branches. Lorena could see them flitting to and fro, flecks of color darting amongst the foliage. There was a gentle breeze. It tugged at the hem of Lorena's skirt, making them billow and flutter about her legs like the sails of a ship. This must have been 6:30 this morning. The maids of Bly would already be awake by this hour, attending to their daily chores. Lady Constance and Lady Leonard, meanwhile, would still be asleep, snug and cozy in their full upholstered beds, their hot cross buns tucked away in the oven. What of Lady Constance? How would the irascible madam react when she learnt with a jolt that her favourite plaything had managed to escape? But Lorena would not think about that now. She had no sympathy to spare for that young girl, or after she had put Lorena through such misery. Oh, the misery! When Tauhua spotted the young maid crossing the dirt track lined with the trees, smiled and waved. Mira hurried over, panting with exhaustion. The air tugged at her skirt all the more, as though attempting to hinder her. But Lorena would not allow herself to linger. Not for anyone. You're late, my little Laurie. You're late, my little Laurie.
I'm sorry.
I got a little waylaid. Saying cheerful goodbyes?
Maybe.
Oh, I am jealous. I need to have a hand for the people to say goodbye to, unlike my good self. Tauhua did not sound particularly vexed. She smiled gently and ruffled the top of Luna's head, disturbing her hair. If it had been months or so prior, Luna would have slapped her. Now that the young maid found her rather enjoyed the company, her touch was warm though in a different way to Ada's and Lorina's. Lorina could not get enough of it. Do you have all your belongings? They're in this bag. Tawa peered at Tawa's carpet bag, her fingers between her chin. She frowned. It's rather small. Are you dress everything? How many possessions to bring? Oh. Well, I intend to change that. After I sell this old thing. Tawa gestured to her violin case, held in her right hand. Luna's eyes softened. Are you sure you want to go through with it? Quite sure. But Luthier? Goodness, don't try to talk me out of this now, Laurie. We came all arrange good, didn't we? I suppose so. The violin is important to me. So is Lady Luthier, but I hardly need to lug this around with me to remind me of her. Memories remain all the same inside my heart. To her poor face. Though, that sounds awfully cliché. You're being sentimental in your old age? I hope not. You must not be. You must be. You wouldn't have asked to run away with me. Lorena looked back at Bly. The large house was so far away, behind an avenue of trees and a long, sprawling garden. It was almost impossible to see. She could still remember standing outside these gates, just gone midnight, 4 weeks ago or something like that, at her carriage, slowly lumbering away in the gloom. The stars overhead, when cold and hard, to the uncaring, and of the young girl's plight. That had been 6 months ago, half a year. Once Bly had been an unknown hidden at the end of this winding walkway. It had been Lorena's future, now was part of her past. Bly and Lady Leonard, and Lady Constance, and Lady Smith, and Mr. Lestard, and Joe, the gardener, and Ada, and Effie, and Lizzie, and Pauline, and Isabel. Soon, they become nothing more than memories. It was a sobering thought. But life went on as always. As far as Lorena had Taohua, she would be fine. She was sure of that. It really is a big change, though. Do you regret it? No. Lena shook her head. The wind caught in her hair, making it flutter from about her face. The sunlight warmed the top of her head. It seemed to light up her cheeks, too, dyeing them a soft digital pink, just like primroses poking out of the earth upon the advent of spring. I want to go with you. I want to stay with you. Always? That's right. Luna smiled and linked her fingers together with Taohua's. Gay, 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 gay. Always. Always. Yay! The lesbians will... Goodbye credits. Whoopsies. Let me just skip you. That's fine. Hand holding. Hand holding. Thank you for playing. Possibly, we literally have a hand. There's literally 2 hand holding modes you could use. We have 2 of them. There are 2. You could use any of them. You have 2 of them. There's 2 of them. You have 2 hand holding emotes. What are you doing? Everything they said about London was true. It was truer than anything that Lorena had ever dared to dream of. Though the streets were not paved with gold, in actuality they were rather dirty. Hemisphere, but the big city, biggest of all cities, was unparalleled. And it was, as Wordsworth had said, the mighty heart of the centre of England. There was so much history, one seemed to live and breathe in the past. There was spires and towers and domes and temples, all jostling in space, along the banks of the Thames. Ships crossed the water, sails unfurled, and as they brought them cargo, new and uncharted words. Bells chimed every single hour. No matter where you went, no matter where you stood, one could always be heard bells from St. Clements, and each cheap and St. Dunstan's Stepney. And then there was all the houses. The houses were numerous, hand-holding, stretching out of Trent terraces, rows one after the other, and all clenched together. Too many teeth and all overcrowded mouth. The streets were well worn, flattened down from innumerous footsteps, and thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands upon thousands of people. There were so many people, it was impossible to count them, as one crossed to one side of London's bridge to the other. This time, the London Bridge is the actual London Bridge, because it's old, it's far back enough that the bridge is still intact. And what people they were, too. The residents of London were permanent and temporary, hailed from all walks of life. There were soldiers and chimney sweepers, elegant ladies and painted parrots, fair-skinned English ladies, and Indian lascars with colourful turbans. In London, a woman like Tahua, with her almond-shaped eyes and exotic skin, did not seem so terrible out of place. Though some did stop to cast a curious and courtesy glance or two, or indeed 3 or 4, at this rare flower. Most were too wrapped up in their own lives and their own concerns to spare her a second glance. Tahua was just part of the crowd, and Lorena was more than happy to accompany her no matter where she went. Though London was part of England, it was like no part of England Lorraine had ever been to. The young girl was brought in Liverpool, which was a large part in its own right, but it was nothing compared to London. London was divorced from everything Lorena knew. It almost felt like it was her own little world, a world she could be happy with Tahua. Oh? Are you alright, my little Lorraine? Tahua paused. Rarely a sensible thing to do in the heavy London. Tahua paused! Really a sensible thing to do in a heavy London street. He glanced back at her companion. You seem to have slowed quite a bit. Oh, I was just wondering. You should do your wondering elsewhere, or you'll get swept up in the crowd. Yes, I'm sorry. We should probably hurry. If you don't pick up the pace, we will be late for Media. But, what is it? I don't know if a girl like me would see Media at all. Why not? I'm not the most cultured person. I don't know if I could appreciate it. I mean, I'm not the daughter of a milliner and... Oh, hush. Luna blinked. His fingers curled about her own protectively. Her palm was warm. Her touch was gentle. It doesn't matter if you're cultured or not. I'll help you along as best I can. And if you don't like the opera, we don't need to go again. But you like it. I also like chicken's feet. You don't need to like everything I do. Yay, I love chicken's feet. I love chicken's feet. Chicken's feet fucking slaps. Fucking slaps, dog. In a poor face. Chicken's feet? They're Chinese delicacy. You grew up in London. My father was still Chinese. My father was still Chinese. Oh goodness. Your tastes are just so strange, more strange than I thought. Is it a problem? No. Luna smiled softly to herself. The crowds pushed and shoved about her, but Luna didn't mind, not while she was with Tahua, latticed together tightly. Latticed. I like learning more about you. It's an adventure. Like exploring London? Exactly. Except you're much, much more interesting. More interesting than the oldest cities in Britain. I'm flattered. Tahua smiled coyly. Unfortunately, there's nothing about me that's quite so enticing as Media. You saw the Whittier, didn't you? I've always wanted to watch again. It was a formative experience. More than the chicken's feet? Much more. It's what inspired my love for music, and why I learned to play the violin. A pause. And ultimately, it is what led me to you, my little Laurie. What do you mean? If I hadn't become so close to Lady Whittier, she would have carried favor with me, with Lady Leonard, and I wouldn't have gone to Bly, I wouldn't have met you. And we wouldn't be here now. Are you glad you're here? I've never been happier. Oh, Tao Hua. But there was a small pause. Tao grinned. I would be happier still, I think, if we could hurry up. I believe the opera will soon commence. That's right. We should hurry. Then let's go. And with that, the two women began to run. Tor took lead, her fingers still making with Lorina's. As they darted through the crowd, Lorina followed, her skirt fluttering across her legs with abandon. With abhorrent, they ducked and weaved and went their way through the crowds. And once in a while, a pedestrian turned to glare at those most uncouth of women and one gentleman. If you could call such a thing, you had heard abuse at Tahua's retreating back, but the older woman paid her no heed. Instead, she started to laugh. Lorina did too. She'd never been one to draw attention to herself, but when she was with Tao Hua, she couldn't help herself. She couldn't help but feel happy. As she ran, people streamed behind her like ships of the Thames. Lorina thought she watched deep through their face. Two of them. Blonde curls and brown buns. But Lorina didn't have time to dally. Media was due to start in 10 minutes or so, and Tao Hua was still pulling her along. Maybe one day they'll see each other again. There above in London, their shoes struck against the ground as they ran. Even her cheeks were flushed pink from exertion. Her heart thumped wildly inside her chest. She was beginning to get a stitch at her side. It hurt, yes. But the pain, sharp though it was proof that she was alive. She was alive, and for the first time, it felt like she was actually living. She was living together with Tao Hua. And was there anything in the world more wonderful than that? If there was, Lorina couldn't conceive it. She didn't want to. She just wanted this mad, frantic, happy moment to last forever. Maybe if she stayed with Tao Hua, it really could. Yay! Good game. Good game. Love the gays. Love the gays. I'm just gonna... Give me a second. I'm gonna check something. Okay. It's not in here. Okay, good. This is the, yeah, so, this game has an 18+ version you can buy on itch. This is not the 18+ version. So we're good. It's fine. Nothing to fear. The gays are here. Oh. Yo! Oh. We have things about the fucking songs. Ooh. I'll go through this myself on my own time. But as usual, as always, we got notes to look at. We got our favorite section. We read through every notes. Because why not? Have fun, and thank you for reading Blackberry Honey. We enjoyed it. The creation of this story was a bit unusual for me when I write. When I write, I usually start at the beginning and end at the end. And mostly my stories are created in sequential order. After that, I reread my first draft several times, removing unnecessary filler scenes or adding new bits and pieces if I think the story needs it. But this story was totally different. The first scene I wrote was the scene where Lorena gets the thorn stuck in her finger, and Taohua picks it out. I wanted to write something like this for a very long time, and it was partially inspired by a painting that my great aunt and uncle had in their home, of a young girl in a forest standing on a cart with a rose in one hand, a thorn in her finger, while an older man pulled it out from her. The scene was meant to be entirely standalone. I didn't intend to add anything else to it, but I thought Lorena and Tahua's interactions were interesting and wanted to use these characters in something else. For a while, I wanted to practice writing H scenes, as I don't write them very often, so I decided to repurpose these characters and use them for lewd situations. Then after writing these scenes, I realized that I liked the characters and their interactions enough to try and gather the few scenes I had and create a proper story around them. As it turned out, it's pretty difficult. I originally intended for Blackberry Honey to be a short, cute, lewd story without much meat to it, inspired and similar to the Sono Hanabira series. When I started constructing the plot around the H scenes, I realized the H scenes were kind of getting in the way. Not only that, the short version of these scenes were really, really long and threw off the pacing of the story too. Yet I condensed the H scenes down and rewrote a couple of them entirely. I also wanted the H scenes to be written in a style that would suit the Victorian setting of the story. And I looked up the various euphemisms the Victorians used for intimate parts of the body. I thought most of them sounded silly. I assumed that nobody would want to read a sex scene, but use them as like thatched cottage and mossy treasure. My thatched Lorena, my thatched cottage and your mossy treasure. So I decided to use modern terms instead. Maybe this sounded a little strange coupled with some of the more flowery prose, but I thought it's better than the alternative. Unless people actually want to lose stories written like this, I don't fucking know. In the first draft, the story was written more in the style of a Victorian novel. I had more complex sentences and some very long paragraphs in internal character monologues. I thought this probably wasn't interesting to read in a VN format, so I cut them down in these extraneous details. The script was around 10k to about 65k after changing the writing style, and I only outright deleted 1 or 2 scenes, so that shows how florid the original story was. Blushing. Blush cry emoji. Once I pared the script down, then I went back and added scenes with the side characters like Ada, Pauline, Isabel, etc. In the original version of the story, Ada did exist. Blackberry Honey was really going to have routes. Ada was to be one of them, love interest. and she was the one who broke the vase. But I decided it didn't do enough in the story, so I removed her. And then in the end, I wrote her back in alongside several other side characters, because I thought the story seemed too empty when the other residents of Bly with faces were Lorena, Tahua, Constance, and more side characters then it makes the narrative feel a bit more livelier, I think, and makes Bly seem more realistic. So the story was written totally out of order, and the introductory scene of Lorena by the gates, Bly being one of the last scenes that was written. My storyline, it didn't change from the first draft, but I added some new characters and rewrote a lot of the scenes to make them shorter and more to the point. The story also got written more than any of the other VNs. The scenes of Constance breaking the vase was completely rewritten 4 times. First Ada broke it, then Lorena, then Constance, then Ami didn't exist in this universe. And then I edited it so Constance breaks it because she's angry at Ami. So, the moral of the story is, don't start writing something unless you have a clear plan. You'll have to rewrite things much more than necessary. Boy, do I know that. Make the backgrounds of this virtual vision novel. I went to a lot of old English houses and took photographs of the rooms and gardens. Then I sent the realistic photos to my background artist, so that they could take inspiration from them, or trace over some of the more detailed ones. I'll dump some of the photographs here if anyone wants to see them. Oh, it's the room. It's Taha's room. Look, it's Lorena's bedroom. It's the maid's quarters. Look, it's kitchen. Look, it's the bedroom. Look, it's the hallway. Look, it's the parlor room. Look, it's the church. Look, it's the garden. Oh, that's the end. Oh, that's the end of the notes. That's the end of the notes. Okay, nice. Oh, ooh, wow. That was good. Memories. Oh. Cool, it's episode select. That's nice. Yeah, that was fun. That was good. That was a very lovely story. Very good. But that is it for today. Oh, actually, that went perfectly good. That actually went pretty well. A bit, only. I was about to say only slightly over time. We're like over an hour over time, but like, that's fine. I have nothing else. I don't have much else to do. Besides maybe later just watch anime or maybe work on that book I'm doing. But the book has like a whole half year to work on anytime soon. But that is it for today. That was fun. I really enjoyed that one. That was really good. That was really fun. I'm happy for them. I'm slightly sad that Lady Constance is still miserable and never had a change of heart, but also like, oh well, that's fine. That's serves her right? Question mark. But I wish Lady Constance wasn't such a bitch. But that's fine in the end. I'm happy that that Emily and what's her name again? Not the Emily and fuck, I've got her name. I've got her sister's name. Whatever it was. I'm glad they got to be happier. But they moved out finally. They moved out. I hope they're happier. We saw a slight glimpse of them in London. Off commented that Emily and her sister were in fact living in London, very happy. Good for them. I'm happy that Taohua and Tharina are living it up. As maybe married couple. I'd actually maybe not a married couple because I don't think they allowed that in this time period. But they're happy together. I'm good for them. Good for them. But yeah, that is it for today. That was fun. I'll find something for next week because there's a bunch to do. I still have a giant backlog, and they were roommates. But yeah, next week, I'm not sure what I'm going to play for Cyber Sunday next week. That is Future Me's Problem. I have a giant catalog to look through. But that is it for today. But yeah, I'm tomorrow, 3 p.m. EST. Of course, we've got some more until then. Yeah, that is it. Before they end their stream, I would run over and raid our usual, who has finished playing Hex. I misspelled their name. They finished playing Hex, but they're now doing just achievement hunting now. That is it for me today. I'm gonna go have some dinner and stuff. Maybe might hop in a call to work on the book. Not sure. I say work on the book. Work on the prop. It's a cosplay prop. I'm not writing a book. Oh dear. They're ending their stream. Or not. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. If you wanna work on the art, you can hop in the call. You can hop in that call, and I'll might hop in. But either way, I'm gonna have some dinner. Have a lovely evening, and yeah, I'm gonna go rest now.